It is a lengthy injury report for the Bills as they do get back to work today. 6 players did not officially practice. Terrell Bernard, Max Harrison, Ty Johnson, Matt Milano, Matt Prater, and Josh Palmer. Palmer was the only player not named by head coach Sean McDermott when he spoke earlier today before practice. Palmer is officially dealing with an ankle injury. And then 5 players were limited. Daquan Jones, Dalton Kincaid, Jordan Poyer, Shaq Thompson, and DeMar Hamlin, as the team did open up Hamlin's 21-day practice window. While for the Jaguars, 2 players did not practice. Left tackle Cole Van Lennon and cornerback Jarian Jones. And the Barnes Firm Injury Report, it is brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. It was a busy day for the Bills, not just practice. They also made some roster moves. Cornerback Dane Jackson has been signed to the active roster. Defensive tackle Jordan Phillips is being placed on IR. And then 2 players were signed to the practice squad. Cornerback Daryl Porter Jr. and quarterback Shane Buechele. And stay tuned. Coming up at 5, we'll get more on the Bills when Sal Capaccio joins the show. To the Sabres, no game today, though they did have practice earlier this morning. Head coach Lindy Ruff did speak with the media. Got a bit of an injury update on a number of players. Goaltender Alex Lyon should have a chance to return in 7 to 10 days after he was placed on IR last night. And then forward Yuri Kulik is said to be progressing and could have a chance to return this year, but Ruff did not want to commit to that. Kulik has been dealing with blood clots for much of this season. The Sabres are back at it tomorrow when they travel to New York to face the Rangers. 5 games tonight in the NHL, starting at 7 over on TNT and HBO. Capitals do host the Dallas Stars. 7:30, the Flames are in Montreal versus the Canadiens. 2 games at 9:30, Chicago hosts St. Louis. That game's also on HBO and TNT. And then Ottawa is out in Utah versus the Mammoth. Then the night will round out at 10:30 as the Kings do host the San Jose Sharks. And in college hoops, UB Women, they're hosting Northern Illinois just after 6. That game can be heard on our sister station, the Bet 1520, with pregame starting at 5:30. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Schopp and the Bulldog.
Uh-oh. Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody?
Monday, Tuesday, hump day is halfway. It's Mike Schopp.
Mike. What day is it, Mike?
And the Bulldog.
Hey, guess what day it is? Oh, come on. I know you can hear me.
It's Mike Schopp and the Bulldog.
Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Woo-hoo!
On WGR.
Hump day!
Sports Radio 550.
Did you see the stat about the Jaguars in games with totals above 49?
I did not.
Oh, this is 2 days in a row. I'm so lucky. The less you prep, the happier I am. I got a tweet.
I feel like I prep plenty, but I feel like we prep very differently.
Maybe, yeah. This isn't even really.
This is not the kind of thing that it would ever, like, if I saw it in my Twitter, I just probably would have just kept going. I don't know.
So, hat tip to a follower of mine, Andrew, for this. And I took it a step further, by the way, but this is only.
That's not like you at all.
If I sound like I'm giving myself credit for doing, quote, work, I'm really not. I did a little bit, but this comes from him. And I haven't, because it's so good, I haven't decided on the best way to frame it. In their last 25 games, Jacksonville, where the total was 49 or higher, what's their record? Straight up. Okay, so you're going through it. I had a trivia question for you earlier, and
which I hated.
Which you hated, and like, all right. So
didn't really
play
react.
the player.
I don't think I react very positively to it. I don't know.
Play the player. Why is he asking?
I'm gonna get it. You're right. That's what I did. And
you went the wrong way.
I definitely did. Yeah.
Last 25 games, which spans almost 20 years. 17, 18 years.
Games that have had a total above 49.
49 or higher.
49 or higher.
This game is 52 right now. What is Jacksonville's record straight up?
25 games?
25 games.
5 and 20. 5 and 20.
5 and 20, like the roads. 0-25.
Yeah, okay. They didn't even get the 5.
They didn't even get to 1.
Yeah.
Their all-time record when the total, not the spread, when the total is 49 or higher, the history of the franchise is 1-25. This is what I meant by I didn't know the best way to frame it, because there's one game in the 90s that they won when the total was 49 on the dot. They beat San Francisco. I'm sure you remember it, week 1. And that was their first ever game, playoffs included. First ever game with the total of 49 or higher. They won it. They have lost 25 in a row since. What is that? Is that completely random? Is that just like you're bad mostly, so you're going to lose more than you win?
Yeah.
Are you in a division where like nobody's?
Although, how bad are you if you're in games? I mean, as one-sided as a game can be, it takes 2 to get a total to be up over, a total in the 50s.
This is again the lead-in total, not the total points of the game itself. This is not like games that ended in.
Oh, right,
total.
right. This is what it was expected to be. Right.
Right.
It was what the betting markets were saying.
Right.
There were betting markets back then.
I guess. I mean,
apparently
they have spreads going back many years.
I'm not sure how trustworthy their bookkeeping is. That's the first question I'd have. I'd want to do a deep dive on that.
The Bills you're welcome to. I mean, get up early.
I'm definitely not going to do that.
The Bills since 2008. All right? Since 2008 have played 49 games with a total of 49 or greater. And they're 27-22. Straight up in those games.
How many of these games from the Jaguars are with Trevor Lawrence as their quarterback? Let's say.
So when did he show up?
This is his 4th or 5th year.
5th year. 2020.
I'm guessing at that, but it's got to be around that.
I don't know for sure, but they've had 16 games since the beginning of the 2020 season where the total was 49 or higher. They are 0-16. Was that the best way to do this? One of these ways is the best way to do it because this is amazing.
Well, I mostly don't care about what happened in 1997 as far as it being germane to this. Yeah. But, him as their quarterback, even now, you could trim it down to this. Are there any of these games this year?
One. That's the Burrow getting hurt game. Week 2 at Cincinnati where Browning went in and threw like 3 picks and the Bengals still won the game.
Yeah. All right.
Long time ago.
Yeah.
Even for this year. I thought you'd like this. Does it matter? I don't know.
Probably not.
This will be the first time
probably not.
If Jacksonville wins since 1999 or the second time ever that they won a game where the total is 49 or higher if they win the game.
This is where I would like to say something like, but they're not going to win the game. They're Jacksonville. Of course they're not going to win the game, but they're kind of in my head, so I can't really say that. I can't sell that.
How about this?
It's a much more comfortable lane for me to be in, but it's whatever. I want to be real. I'm respectful of Jacksonville, even though
it's weird.
It is weird. Yeah.
Let me put you in back in yesterday mode for a minute and try this. The score is 28-24. That's the total exactly, right? 52. 28, carry the 1. 28-24.
All right.
2 minutes left. The trailing team has the ball at its 30-yard line with 2 minutes to go. Do you want to be behind or do you want to be ahead? 28-24, 2 minutes to go, 30-yard line, 1st and 10. Do you want to be 24 with the ball or do you want to be 28 on defense?
How much time?
2 minutes. How many timeouts do you want? Would that matter? You want 3 timeouts?
It does matter. I mean, it does play some part in how you can play it from there. I'm inclined to say give me the lead because the last couple of years the Bills have been the team in this position and it hasn't happened. So maybe let's try that. Let's try needing to protect a 4-point lead, and maybe I don't know. Maybe Micah Hyde comes down with an interception. Wait, whoops, sorry. Maybe Jordan Poyer comes down with an interception.
Is he playing?
And he's talking today like he's absolutely playing.
Okay, that's good.
I think that's good.
Okay,
I think he has helped them be the best version of their defense that they can be.
Fine.
So. I might want to try that. I might want to try that on because the other way hasn't worked. But also there is, you were talking, you got the win probabilities out from the last 2 years.
Right here.
And it was around 34, 37, somewhere in that, right? The Bills take over. That's their win probability. Trailing by 3 in both of those cases.
No, so close. Almost the same. I put you at your 30. This is the 35. 4-point deficit. That's what I said, 28-24. Right. The trailing team, the favored trailing team, so this is the Bills, not the Jaguars,
right,
being favored by 1.5. According to Pro Football Reference, 37.5% to win. So 3 out of 8.
Right. Oh, and then it went down for the 3.
If it's a 3-point deficit,
because you might play for the tie.
You're only 30% to win
right.
Because of the field goal. That's right.
Yeah. Well, I know that it doesn't work this way, but if it's 30% and I'm 0 for 2, I'm due. Like I should be. I'm
whatever 3.
I should be able to get one of the 3 home. It's close enough. 33 point whatever.
So it was 3. You're using the last 2 years, right? The Chiefs.
That's what I've built my house.
That's your model.
Yes.
And those were both 3-point margins.
Right.
Oh wow. That might be your answer then. If I pin you down here, your answer might be if I'm down by 3, I'll take it because I'm due. This is contrary to the probabilities. If I'm down by 4, I think I'd rather play defense.
Right.
See if they can score a touchdown on me.
Right. Yeah, I might go that way. I'm being awfully choosy, I think. I don't know if I'm exactly being a cooperative witness. Not that I'm a witness, but you know what I mean. I'm not trying to be difficult. Well, is all I'm saying.
Yesterday got good, believe it or not, in the middle of the show, and it was based on I got it today in Jacksonville when I was on with them. Josh Allen needs to win now stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And, there's a lot to be said about that. We took our whacks at it yesterday. I got to a point where I said, the problem I'm having just sort of discussing this on the air is that it's all built around a loss here. Like everything is about what if they lose. And I don't really want to assume that they're going to lose. They're favored in the game, all of this. So I thought about this some more today, and I thought, well, that's the problem with this week. Because they can't make their goal this week. Like they can't do anything but survive this week.
They can't do anything but do what they've done the last 5 years.
Stay in it.
Which is, win a first-round playoff game and then move on to the next one.
And it's Jacksonville, and there's a stigma there, too. Mm-hmm. Like, it's just not a team you ever want to have to lose to in the playoffs. So
yet the Bills have done it twice in their history.
They have.
Somehow they managed.
Never, by the way, in games where totals were as high as 49.
Right.
By the way.
Good point.
Well, last game was 10-3. I don't know what the total was.
Yeah, but that game in the 90s probably hit an over.
Yeah, I bet it did.
It was a pretty high
30-27.
Yeah, right.
I think was the final that day.
Yeah.
But, this week is tough because if they win this week and lose next week, where does that leave us? Almost nowhere different. Maybe it's a different conversation about Sean McDermott or even Josh Allen because they didn't lose the first game, but I don't know that it has to be. It's fickle. Like John Harbaugh is fired because they barely lost, and if they win that game, make the field goal, maybe it's Tomlin that's fired.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it can be like that. But really, that's more of a, like when you miss the hockey playoffs by 1 point, that, well, you had 6 months. You had a long time to get yourself into a better position. The Ravens didn't do that. The Steelers didn't do that. But anyway, like this week is only to not bomb, really. And they're barely favored. So it's no given that they will do this. But really, you know what I mean? Like it's not a chance. You're not going to the Super Bowl if you win. You're just going to the second round, which you've done for 5 years in a row.
Right.
And that necessarily makes the conversation about this game sort of negatively biased, because really, what's a win? Just winning is the it's not.
It is. I mean, I guess this is just what happens when you've been knocking on the door for so many years in a row. I think it would be happening anywhere. Like, I don't think it's unique to Josh Allen and Buffalo and the Bills and Sean McDermott, really. But it is a hell of an existence where like, there's a world, like, I don't subscribe to this, but there's a world where, like, what you're saying, I think, is true. Like, what did you prove by beating Jacksonville? Everyone thought you were better than Jacksonville all year long, probably, right? Because you've got Josh Allen and they don't. And however talented Trevor Lawrence is or has been, and however good he might be playing right now, he does not have the career yet that Josh Allen has, and the team success. So you can go down there. We're talking to Ross Tucker yesterday, and I watched a clip of his Ross Tucker NFL. What is it called?
Football podcast.
Football podcast. I want to get it right. He mentions it all the time by name.
I hope he's not listening right now.
And he made the same point he made with us. The winner of this game is going to the Super Bowl, is what he thinks. Bills Jaguars are the two best teams standing, and whoever wins it is going to run through. Now Jacksonville has a higher. They have a nice likelihood of getting another home game. The Bills do not have that luxury.
It's not great, though.
No, that's right.
They need a New England loss.
They do, right. So it just stinks that you're in a position where you're still – we got through the regular season. We made it to January, right? I was prone to saying in, like, late October, November, we're not going to make it to January.
How are you enjoying January?
Lost to Atlanta. So mixed reviews so far.
Tensions are high.
Yeah. Not just as it pertains to this. But anyway, you should be able to prove more and accomplish more. But the bar has been so high for that's what, when we started talking about this yesterday, I said, I don't necessarily mind the point about it's time, because he's great. He's been an MVP. And if you out there, like, casually following the league or passionately following and covering the league and talking about the league, want to look at a guy like Josh Allen and the Bills right now, I prefer to make it more about the Bills than about Allen specifically. That might be where the biggest problem I have with the whole conversation is, because it is not just him. And this might be as weak a team as he's had around him since they went to the playoffs in 19. Really, I think you might be able to say that. Just personnel-wise, they're thin in some really important areas, and still the bar is where it is because of him, and you can't win for trying sometimes. To be on to the next week. Like, we're going to be doing post-game on Sunday, and if they win, it's just going to be all about, well, what are the Chargers going to do tonight?
I know,
right? Like, is that right? That's the night game.
Yes,
yeah. Right. So,
and then the Monday night is also the AFC.
Right. Also pertains, right? And what's the matchup? Who do you want to play? How do they measure up? How bad will it be if they lose to that team? This is where we're living, and I don't know. I feel like on one hand we have some control over that because we have the microphones, right? And so we can steer the conversation, but if that's where the fan base is at, we're kind of at the mercy of that to an extent. And I hope that doesn't sound like a cop-out. I just think, like, the conversation is the conversation, and we have it.
One thing that we'll have if they win Sunday is their first road win in the playoffs in 33 years. Not a small number.
No.
Like, that will be something. They'll have done a thing they haven't done yet.
But what were the totals in all of those games?
I don't know. What would the total have been for that game in Miami? I'm guessing less than 49. But still, that's an accomplishment that doesn't soothe the Nick Wright world, but it's something that they'll have done that they have not done in this era.
And might give you, what? Reason to believe they can do it again. Yeah, they just did it. So go win another game. I mean,
well, is anybody saying that? Like, I've sort of stumbled around this in the last few weeks, thinking about the playoffs when it looked like they were probably going on the road, and I don't tend to put a lot of weight on home and road. I don't think it really matters that much. But I don't want it both ways. Like if it's something that they haven't won road playoff games here with Allen or with McDermott, then I want to, acknowledge that. I just don't hear anybody say it. I don't hear anybody else mention the point about road losses. Like it's something that, I don't know, I feel like I'm the only one saying it, but I'm sure I'm not. This year they lost, 3 road games and 2 home games? So it wasn't that pronounced during the regular season. Does it matter? You'd feel a lot better if you were home here for Jacksonville. We just had that last year.
Yeah.
But you're not. And I don't know. I don't think I've heard anybody bring that up, that, they're on the road, so look out. Of course, it's probably 3 times in a row that they're going to have to win road games. That'd be beautiful after going decades without a single road playoff win. I mean, they have 4 in their history. 1965, 1981, 1992, 1992. That's the entire history of the Bills winning road playoff games.
Well, nobody's bringing it up because it's the kind of thing that gives them some degree of a crutch. And the whole argument is predicated on the Bills they have no excuses anymore. Because look, all the demons are gone, right? The dragons that you need to slay each year through the playoffs, none of them are standing there. Like literally none of them are there. Unless you consider Aaron Rodgers in his current state some form of a dragon. I don't even know if he's a lizard at this point. I don't feel scared of him if they even manage to win a playoff game on Monday night. So that no one wants to give any ounce of, how hard this is going to be to them, because that disrupts the narrative of like this should be their time. No excuses.
So 2 minutes to go, 28-24, 30-yard line.
I think
First and 10. You want to play defense?
I think I want to play defense.
27-24.
I think I still might want to play defense because they're probably going to just kick a field goal and I'll go to overtime and then I got to take my chances there.
Ooh. I have to have the ball. And, it's not just because of strategy, even though I'm less than 50% in each case. Like, if I just did it simply by the math, I'd want to be on defense no matter which score it is. But I just kind of want that answer. It's another year where we watched the whole conversation we have all the time. It's sort of beneath the surface, where now it's up here because it's that time of the year that they lost last year the way they did. And do I want to think that that's a offense problem more than a defense problem? I never really have, but maybe I'll get. This is the toughest scenario for what comes after. If they lose, a 27-24 or 28-24 game, which is right on the total. One score game, the spread's 1.5, and this is the likeliest kind of game that you get. And if they lose it, then what? Then do I have I can't lose a game because I can't get stops anymore, so I need a different coach? Or is it another Josh Allen had a look at it, and it's not Mahomes this time, and he couldn't do it? I mean, it could be both. That's maybe the worst case scenario for Sunday, is that it's like a close loss where the offense does plenty. I mean, if they lose a game like that, are we talking about how they don't have Diggs? Just maybe. That's another one that we just walk around with all the time. That not Diggs per se, but
just a receiver, right?
Wide receiver one,
someone that can be counted on.
All right. Well, we are creeping our way to Sunday at 1. 803-0550 for your thoughts. 27-24, 2 minutes to go. Own 30-yard line.
Who do you want to be?
Who do you want to be? Yeah, who do you want to be? Most people are going to say Bills, right?
I think I almost always would say Bills.
But you didn't.
But I didn't. Because that hasn't worked. So I want to try the other. I want to try the other side. I want to see if I can defend.
What do you think? 803-0550 for your calls. Ryan Green, 1010XL in Jacksonville today. Also, Sal Capaccio, as usual, a lot to talk about with the injury report. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. We'll look for your calls next. This is WGR.
Joe kind of had me self-scout myself throughout the year this last week, and I came away, God, there's so much out there that I've missed, right? Whether it's getting a little lazy with my feet and not taking a check down and maybe instead trying to force something downfield, or throwing the ball away and not taking sacks and allowing us to be in field goal range. And there's still so much room to improve, and I think I just have this extra emphasis, like I said, on points are at a premium in the playoffs and just trying to do everything I can to give us points.
Okay, Josh Allen with some stuff. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog at 803-0550. Maybe you'd like Allen. Actually, the opposite game is not so perfect here.
I know.
Maybe you'd like to be like, I got it.
Yeah. Or like
all these mistakes.
Everything you're hearing about Trevor Lawrence, we'll talk to a Jacksonville guest here coming up at the top of the hour, is how he's freed up. And we realized I heard a Jaguars beat guy on with Chris and Steve on One Bills Live on my way in. He said, like, once he realized that he wasn't going to get, like, just absolutely clobbered by his coach for throwing interceptions, he started playing more freely. That sounds a little bit like the opposite of what Josh Allen is telling you right there in that context. So I don't know. It's a little that did set off a little bit of, I don't want to say alarm, but I just went like, oh, I don't know. The narrative on the other guy is like, he's just letting it rip. And I've got Josh Allen here telling me I got to be more careful.
I know. I think most of these things are just words to get through it, but we'll see what it looks like on Sunday. Here's Frank with us. Hi, Frank.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Good, Frank. Thanks for calling us.
Thank you. It's a message for these clickbait haters like, Mr. Wright over there and everybody else that says there's no more excuse for Josh Allen. Burrow's not there, Lamar's not there, and et cetera. But have they looked at his stats in the playoffs? Do they realize that Josh Allen does not play defense, can't play defense, doesn't catch the ball, and doesn't call plays? So he's done everything for us to win. So that excuse for me is completely BS.
Well, here we are again.
I don't think that it's completely BS. He has had the ball better than the position Mike is putting us in here with this question about the 28-24 with a chance to win with a touchdown. I mean, I know that's not easy, but he has that they've died on the field with a chance to win the game with the ball the last 2 years in the playoffs. So one was a missed field goal. They're down by 3. I mean, who knows what happens there? There was a lot of time left. Probably the way that game had gone, I recognize that Kansas City very likely would have driven down to their own game-winning field goal if the Bills kick a field goal there.
Last year, the year before, or both?
2 years ago.
Okay.
2 years ago. I don't know about last year. I never really thought about the field goal last year. They never got in field goal range last year.
The clock wasn't at 0. The Chiefs got a first down after the fourth down miss, but it was late, of course. Yeah, I don't know. Like, if you press me if you need to. I want to see the game first. What happens? Is there a late pick? Is there a miss like at the end of the game against the Eagles? That's different than if there isn't. I mean, that's different.
For sure, yeah.
I mean, that was a low-scoring game against Philadelphia, but they still were like set up to win it, and Allen missed by a lot. So if you have that again, then more people will start to compile the list of games that were, winnable, late game mistakes or what have you, and that list grows. If it's more decisive, if it's not down to the end, then it's a different conversation. But it's right. We've said it many times. I mean, the caller doesn't have to tell us this. We know that Allen in the playoffs in his career has had some really good days. But they lost a lot of those games, or some of those games, and we'll have to see what this one is and looks like. Tony is next. Hi, Tony.
Hey, guys. I just want to say I've been listening the last 4 days and nonstop, and, you get addicted to it.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, I think. Or I'm sorry, one of the two.
That's okay, though. But we got 2 great teams, one matchup, win or go home, and I think as long as everybody plays to their capability, it's our game. I'm worried about one thing only. Do we have a kicker? This is the type of game that could come down to one last field goal. Winner take all. So unless somebody can make me feel better that we have a kicker, and right now that's not the case. I'll leave it with you guys.
Yeah, I can't tell you that's no problem.
Yeah, me either. I mean, I can tell you what Matt Prater said today, that he feels good and he felt good on Sunday and thought maybe the cold just was a problem, and that won't be, they're not playing in the cold on Sunday. So, do with that what you will. Just kind of stiffened up on him, I think is the phrasing he used as they got into the game.
Don't love it.
And, that I'm not telling you that can't happen in 68 degrees and overcast or whatever it's supposed to be in Jacksonville on Sunday. But he said maybe, the cold had something to do with it. So I don't know. It's going to be risky. I predict that, he's going to kick tomorrow is the plan, and then maybe rest until Sunday, I think is maybe the way it sounds to me. And I'm going to guess that they end up using a practice squad call-up on the guy just in case. The guy they signed that they signed yesterday.
Make them both active?
Yeah.
Oof. I know. Sorry, my computer was on. Could you hear that?
Yeah, I did.
Sorry
I heard something faintly, and I just...
It sounded like screaming?
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
It was curling.
I thought it was like some alternate audio that was creeping in.
Oh, no. What's happening? Me too. It was curling.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I don't... Maybe I'm too flippant saying that. Like, they treat those roster spots like they are very precious.
Yeah.
Right? But I think you'd want to... Do you want to just trust this right? Or
yes,
do you want to just have some insurance in case? That's the question.
I think acknowledging what I don't know about the injury, the severity, what it actually feels like. Maybe it's not much. Maybe it is. I don't want to risk it with Prater. I don't. 41 and a recurring leg injury for the playoffs. Give me the guy you pick off waivers, just like they did when they signed Badgley. I'd easily rather go there. Prater had a good season. He helped the Bills.
He did.
Without Bass. And whoever knew anything about him. Like, did I miss the big takeout on Tyler Bass's injury and what actually was going on there? I guess I missed that if there was one. But he was just like, yeah, he's not coming back. All right. But that's under the bridge. Now, I choose Matthew Wright. That's what I would do. I want a guy who's not injured. And Jacksonville happens to have the world's leader.
They have
kicking.
A weapon as a kicker.
See, if it's Jacksonville on the 30-yard line, down by 3 with 2 minutes to go, that's one good pass.
Right.
And they're in his range, like 68. 68! Thank you. He's made from that distance and also 67 like last week.
Yes.
So I would be worried about that.
And, by a lot, too. Comfortably. I think he's hit the net on those kicks. Oh. You know what I mean? It doesn't just creep over the crossbar, right? It is into the netting.
Which makes you think he could make it from longer.
From 70 for sure, yeah.
Did in the preseason.
If it doesn't happen on Sunday against the Bills, doesn't have to be to win the game, or it could be the end of the half, whatever. If they play more than one game, I almost guarantee at some point he'll try a 70-yard field goal. I just think it's going to happen. And probably make it. That's the leg this guy's got.
Well, on one hand, it's a concern. On another, if your biggest concern, not that it would be necessarily like the last caller, but is the kicker, then you could do worse. You could be in worse shape. Carolina's callers are not talking about. I just wish we had a better kicker for this game against the Rams.
No, right.
I feel like they're probably not making that point.
No, I think that is right. But, in a game that you expect, why would you care about that? Because you don't expect that game to be close anyway. Right? So it cuts both ways. If I've got a game that I expect to come down to the final possession or two, and my kicker's compromised, or I don't want to say inexperienced, because this Wright has been around. He's been around since 20, so he's been in the league for 5 years, just never has been, he's just bounced around a lot.
Well, is that a good sign or a bad sign?
I don't know. It's kickers. He could just, the next place he stops here could be his new home.
He was
Like,
always
he makes big kicks in the playoffs for the Bills and becomes their kicker, and like there's your story.
Was he always filling in? Pittsburgh in 2020 for 3 games. Jacksonville for 14, like most of the season in 21. 22, Kansas City, Pittsburgh again. 23, Carolina for 1 game. 24, San Francisco, Kansas City, Tennessee. 25, Tennessee, Washington, Houston, now Buffalo. Is he always filling in on an injury? Fairbairn is hurt, so they call Matthew Wright. Matt Prater is hurt. You call Matthew Wright.
Yep. That's what it sounds like,
Call
except
the
for that
Yates.
1 year in Jacksonville where he would have been there for 14 games. Other than that, it sounds like it's break glass in case of emergency.
He was in Kansas City, like Butker missed a couple of games there.
Mm-hmm.
I think he has a ring from that team.
Wow. Well,
Matthew Wright.
championship experience.
Yes. Did he do anything? I don't think he kicked in the playoffs.
Probably
but
not.
He was on that team when Butker was hurt, wasn't he? That sounds right, doesn't it? Like late in the season, they had issues with Butker.
I remember there being issues with Butker. I would
Issues
guess
with
that
Butker.
it lines up that's when he was there. I would guess.
That should be like a Keats poem. Issues with
Butker.
But Matthew Wright was the guy they called in that case. Devin is next. Hi, Devin.
Hey guys, long time listener.
Thanks.
I just going into this week, man. I just always appreciate the fact that the Bills are in the playoffs. 41 years old. Schopp, I always just go back to it cracked me up. Like after one of the drought era games, driving home, guy calls in, makes a meaningless point after a meaningless game, and you just said, hey, we're in the NFL, but we're not. And it always resonates with me now living through, this, even as being going on the road. It's just always awesome when the Bills are in the playoffs. My question is, and kind of like a thought I had, is I was trying to find the record of rookie head coaches in their playoff debut. And, take with that what you want, put stock in that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in the camp where I do trust McDermott, especially this season. I just like my chances, with a rookie head coach, like making challenges, making these decisions. It's going to be amplified in the playoffs. And, can the Bills gain an advantage out of that? We'll see. But, outside of Mahomes, we've had some games where McDermott dialed things up last year against Baltimore, where I was shocked at how well we defended the run at times. And I just like our chances with, obviously Allen, but I also think McDermott's going to have a big game this weekend and have something dialed up. At least that's what I'm hopeful for. But love that we're in the playoffs still. Love talking to you guys and listening, and go Bills.
Thank you, Devin. I went to ask him if he got data on.
I'm guessing no. Otherwise, I think it would have been offered.
Rookie head coaches.
But I don't know that, obviously. But
how many of these? I mean, a lot of coaches have playoff experience. How many of them won their first game? I am not the type to really think about that. It's a game. It's a playoff game, but it's also a game. So I don't know. I don't expect. Maybe you get what you want from McDermott. You get 2 or 3. Do I want to say exotic ideas? He's not really exotic. He gets less credit than he deserves for being, quote, aggressive. But what is an example of what Devin here wants or expects from zero blitzes, fake punts?
Not zero. No for me. But it's, I think McDermott has gotten in, depending on how deep you get into it, credit this year at times for doing the job they did on Drake May in the second half of the New England game, for example. Like just kind of, I've heard the phrasing "put him in a blender" used. Just very confusing coverages. I mean, there weren't interceptions in that game, but that's what I think you're looking for. Like find something that Jacksonville does that there's, you feel like you've got a certainty on a tell, on a formation or a motion or a something, and that your guys are ready to hop on it. Kind of like, what's a good example? Terrell Bernard against the Dolphins this year, early in the year, right? Where it was film study, and we watched them do this out of this look and go to this guy, and I'm gonna be hiding and waiting for it. Something like that. Hopefully you can get some of that, because Because along with letting it rip and being free and not being worried about making mistakes, which is, again, the mindset that it appears Trevor Lawrence is coming into this game with, does come he's just going to let it rip. So, if you can disguise enough things, maybe you get a pick or two out of that because he's not worried about the downside.
Thanks again, Devin. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog. We'll talk Jaguars with Ryan Green, 1010XL in Jacksonville, coming up in a little over 15 minutes. Sal Capaccio joins us later. This is WGR. You didn't. I don't know. It was a little bit gruesome there toward the beginning.
I guess that's right.
As interesting as he is. Well, that was interesting. His story about almost getting fingers cut off by reaching into a running snowblower as a child. If you missed it and you want to hear it, go for it. Well, is it too late? The Odyssey app?
Oh, no, that's out there.
It's barely within 24 hours.
Yeah, but you can find that without having to rewind. Just go to yesterday's podcast or something.
Oh, yeah? All right, good.
We should move on.
Great. Here's Jim next. Hi, Jim. Didn't know that.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch base on a national narrative, and you guys have danced around this a little bit too, but Josh Allen supposedly having to get over the hump in the playoffs or get over Mahomes. Statistically, Josh Allen is one of the greatest quarterbacks in the history of the NFL in playoff performances. I mean, he's done everything you could ask for a quarterback. You look at the 13-second game, he completely outplayed Mahomes, but he can't coach the team and he can't play defense. 2 years ago when Tyler Bass missed that field goal and we lost to Kansas City, Allen completely outplayed Mahomes. And so, it's tiresome to hear. And I know a quarterback has, a big role in that, but he has done everything he can. It's McDermott's defense that has let him down, or McDermott's mismanagement of the game that's let him down. His performances have not let the Buffalo Bills down. His performances in the playoffs are historic.
But he didn't completely outplay Patrick Mahomes, Jim. Like, you want to know his stats from those games? I don't know if you do. Just, your point is well taken on Allen, but it's not like he just was much superior in those games. He wasn't.
Let me correct that. Let's talk about the 13-second game. He goes into Kansas City. He outscores Mahomes. He walks off the field with the lead with 13 seconds to go.
We all know this. We've known this for 5 years. We know this. We know this, Jim. We don't need Jim, really. 13 seconds was 4 years ago. We know. Everyone knows.
But the other game was 2 years ago when he outplayed Mahomes. He did, and
9 yards per play, Kansas City on offense that day.
With A.J. Klein covering Travis Kelce. My problem with the whole thing really entirely is that it always goes back to 13 seconds is you cannot defend it. And I'm never going to try. It was a colossal blunder by the coaching staff. But I think it shades every conversation about their playoff failures since. That's just how we're wired. Like, that's our starting point. He did this. This hurt me. This made me mad. This upset me. We lost a great opportunity. And undeniably, that was a great look at it. And McDermott blew it. There's no arguing it. So we don't need to relitigate that. It was awful. But it does not mean everything that's happened since is on McDermott and Allen is blameless.
It also doesn't mean that Mahomes wasn't great in those games.
Right.
That's just where I draw a line there, because if you actually consider it objectively, you would never say that.
I mean, I really think if you get into a playoff game with Mahomes and Reed, and you've got the disadvantages that they've had, A.J. Klein, Benford getting hurt last year, and you get to a point where you've got the ball at the end with a chance to win, I'm sorry. I think that's about as good as I can hope for, considering the personnel I'm dealing with. If I've got a full deck, that's maybe a different story. But I don't. I haven't.
Mahomes in 13 seconds, 33 for 44, 378, 3 touchdowns, no picks, 69 and a touchdown on the ground. There's no way to be dramatically outplayed if you ever have a game like that by anyone. It's not possible. Ryan Green, 1010XL in Jacksonville next here on WGR.
Lengthy injury report today for the Bills as they got back to work. 6 players did not practice. Terrell Bernard, Max Harrison, Ty Johnson, Matt Milano, Matt Prater, and Josh Palmer. Palmer is the only player not named by head coach Sean McDermott when he did speak with the media before practice, and it does appear Palmer is dealing with an ankle injury. Then 5 players were limited. Daquan Jones, Dalton Kincaid, Jordan Poyer, Shaq Thompson, and DeMar Hamlin. And for Hamlin, this is the team opening up his 21-day practice window. While for the Jaguars, 2 players did not practice. Left tackle Cole Van Lanen and cornerback Jarian Jones. The Barnes Firm Injury Report, it is brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. The Bills did also make some roster moves today. Cornerback Dane Jackson has been signed to the active roster. Defensive tackle Jordan Phillips has been placed on IR. And then 2 players have been signed to the practice squad. Cornerback Darryl Porter Jr. and quarterback Shane Buechele. Stay tuned. Coming up in about an hour at 5, we'll get more on the Bills when Sal Capaccio joins the show. To the Sabres, they did hold practice earlier this morning. Head coach Lindy Ruff spoke with the media. We did get a bit of an injury update. Goaltender Alex Lyon should have a chance to return in 7 to 10 days after being placed on IR last night. And then forward Yuri Kulik is said to be progressing and could have a chance to return this year. But Ruff did not want to commit to that. Kulik has been dealing with blood clots for much of this season. Sabres are back at it tomorrow at the New York Rangers. Then 5 games tonight in the NHL. Starting at 7 over on TNT and HBO, the Capitals do host the Dallas Stars. 7:30, the Flames are in Montreal versus the Canadiens. 2 games then at 9:30, Chicago hosts St. Louis. That's also over on HBO and TNT. And then Ottawa is in Utah versus the Mammoth. Then to wrap up your night, 10:30, the Kings host the San Jose Sharks. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Mike Schopp.
You might be mocking me or you might be staunchly agreeing with me. I can't tell.
I'm mocking you.
And the Bulldog.
What is Fozzie Bear's role in this production?
On WGR Sports Radio 550.
Tensions are high. There's a lot on the line here. I mean, it's the playoffs. There's a lot on the line for everybody, but...
Said we weren't going to make it to January back in November. Now I'm wondering if I'm going to make it to Sunday.
Yeah, you meant you weren't going to make it to January 11th.
I might not make it to Sunday now.
You needed to be more specific.
I didn't need to yell at that. I apologize to everyone. And then that caller, if he's still listening, I did not need to lose it there. It was not warranted.
Well, it's just, I mean, you make a point, though. When you have the same conversation seemingly like every week or every day for 5 years,
right.
You kind of
just what we really
don't always want to have that conversation.
We kind of really have been doing that.
One thing that's fun about this year in the playoffs, at least we're saying that now, is new teams. One being the Jacksonville Jaguars, the Bills' opponent on Sunday. Ryan Green with us now, 1010 XL in Jacksonville. I was privileged to do the morning show today with Mike Dempsey and Tony Smith, and we're happy to have Ryan on to fill us in on the Jaguars. Ryan, how are you?
Mike, Bulldog, I'm good, fellas. How are you?
Pretty good. So what are the levels of confidence in Jacksonville? You've got a team that's had a great season and a huge second half. I mean, beating all the expectations, way better than last year, all of it. But you've got a Bills team here that's been so close for so many years in a row. I mean, how do you feel about the draw?
There's a confidence here in Jacksonville. I think that's only natural in winning eight games in a row, 13 games on the year. But obviously, Jaguar fans, the organization and the team know that, Superman potentially coming to town anytime Josh Allen comes in the stadium. He can put on that cape and give you a 3-touchdown through the air, 3-touchdown on the ground performance. Obviously, James Cook, a guy we know very well from his time in the Southeastern Conference, being the rushing champion. There is a healthy respect for the Buffalo Bills, no question about that. Look, the Doug Peterson era died up there last year on Monday Night Football when Buffalo beat Jacksonville 47-10, and for some reason they kept Doug Peterson for 14 additional games. He was fired a year ago yesterday, and they bring in Liam Cohen, and now the Jaguars are 13-4. So it's kind of a full circle moment from the most embarrassing performance of 2024 up there in Buffalo to now hosting the Bills here in January of 2026.
I think our audience, and I certainly would like to hear you talk more about Cohen, because it's not a guy that I think people really even had a lot of knowledge of, even when he got the job. He just sort of came, somewhat out of nowhere. Like, he's with Tampa, did a good job, and now he's head coach. The scheming, obviously, he's from the McVay tree. So you've got like the acumen and draw it up and all that. But I'm wondering about the rest of it. I mean, to show up in year one and take over and have a 13-win season really says a lot about the overall here, not just the X's and the O's of his offense.
Bulldog, completely agree, man. It's unbelievably impressive. Look, we know the job he did with Baker Mayfield in Tampa last year, and we were hoping that would translate here in Jacksonville. And truth be told, through the first half of the year, there were a lot of questions, right? I mean, the Jaguars were 5-4. We all remember that 19-point fourth-quarter collapse against Houston, and there were a lot of questions going into the second half of the season. And I'll give Liam Cohen an unbelievable amount of credit, because there was a time at the middle part of the year where they lose Travis Hunter, their number 2 overall pick, to a non-contact knee injury in practice, costing him the season. 10 days later, they go to Houston, and they blow a 19-point lead. It was the largest fourth-quarter collapse in franchise history. And you want to talk about 2 gut punches, man, in the span of 10 days. I mean, good grief. This team could have been derailed by those 2 things. And all they've done since then is win 8 games in a row, win their 5th division title in franchise history, and now are hosting their 3rd playoff game since the year 1999. So it's a great job that Cohen and this first-year staff have done here to keep the team together. And obviously Cohen has done great work with quarterback Trevor Lawrence.
It's quite a story how he got the job too, Ryan, right? I mean, he had to – how do you describe it? Did he needed the GM gone, right? Is that not it?
There hopefully will be a documentary someday about that 24-hour period. Here's what happened. Trent Baalke there was a disdain for Trent Baalke among almost everybody here in Jacksonville, with the exception of owner Shad Khan. And Shad Khan, obviously, is the man that makes all the decisions. And a year ago yesterday, they fired Doug Peterson, and they announced they were keeping Trent Baalke. And people here were in a haze. I mean, we could not believe it. And then Ben Johnson takes the Chicago job, and Liam Cohen took his name out of the running. And obviously that was a Trent Baalke situation, because 4 hours after Liam Cohen took his name out of the running, Trent Baalke was fired. Cohen came back on a plane into Jacksonville and was announced the head coach 24 hours later. So kudos to Cohen, because not only did he turn this organization around, he got Trent Baalke out of here, which Jaguar fans were very appreciative of. Man, that's a move. Right, too? Like, I'd kind of forgotten about that. It definitely, I remember it now that you guys are talking it through. That, in and of itself, puts heat on you right away, right? Like, I'm only taking this job. It helps if the guy that you're displacing isn't popular, which Baalke was not. So, I mean, I get that, but still, like, that's pretty swaggery for a first-time head coach. Well, and you think about the interaction he had with Robert Saleh at the end of the San Francisco game. You know, Cohen's only been in Northeast Florida for 11 months. He's a New England guy. He's from, Massachusetts, coached at Maine. He's lived here for less than a calendar year. But, man, the fan base loves him because, the Sean Payton brings up the small market stuff a couple of weeks ago. Cohen goes public with that. The lack of respect, the only getting 1 Pro Bowler on a 13-4 team, which, by the way, is a joke. Cohen's gone public with that. And now being a home underdog to Buffalo after winning 13 games in a division title, Cohen has found ways to motivate this team. He's using the underdog role, and he's been saying stuff publicly, guys, that fans here have been talking about around the water cooler for years and years and years, and he has become an instant fan favorite. With Ryan Green, 1010XL in Jacksonville, Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. So let's extend this to Trevor Lawrence. Have you felt that, I mean, maybe it's going to be both, right? Some part of each of these things, but the technique, the scheme, the offense that Cohen has put Lawrence into with the surrounding personnel has obviously allowed for Lawrence to take off. But is there a psychological piece to this too? Bulldog's been talking about this. We've got Josh Allen
I don't mean this, maybe Bulldog does, I don't think so, in like a bad way.
No, I don't really, but
Alan's sort of talking about how he doesn't, they reined in some of the mistakes, he's playing a different, certainly than 2 years ago, a different style. And Lawrence sounds more like he's letting it out, that he's somebody who's kind of gone in the other direction and maybe playing more freely.
Well, let's think about Trevor Lawrence's career. He was drafted by Urban Meyer, who is the worst NFL head coach in the history of the league, and I feel very strongly about that. So that's his rookie year. And then Doug Peterson comes in, and in 2022, they do really nice things. They started 4-8, but they win 5 in a row, go to the playoffs. He has that 4-interception game against the Chargers, only to bring them back from 27 down, second largest comeback in history, only behind your guy Frank Reich up there with Buffalo in the early 90s. And then they give Mahomes all they want at Arrowhead in the divisional round, ultimately lose. And then the Jaguars were 8-3 in 2023, guys. And then Trevor gets hurt on Monday Night Football against Cincinnati. And they only win 1 game the remainder of the year, miss the playoffs. Last year, Doug Peterson, I think, had kind of checked out, to be honest. Offensive coordinator Press Taylor was just really bad at his job as well. And Trevor gets hurt again because Azeez Al-Shire decides to level him on a completely dirty hit, with about 6-7 games to go in the year. So Trevor has not been dealt a very good hand, I guess is my point. Mm-hmm. So in comes Liam Cohen. And again, what he did with Baker Mayfield, a former number 1 pick that was kind of left on the side of the road by a lot of people, turned him around. Trevor, very similar. And through 9 games, it was up and down. But I'll go back to that Houston game, the fourth quarter of that Houston game. And Cohen went public with this. There were so many instances where Trevor could have gone downfield, let it rip, but instead he went underneath. He was being safe because I think he lacked the confidence. And Cohen said, look, we had genuine conversations after that Houston game. We had dialogue. Trevor, let it rip, man. I don't care if you throw a pick. Just be confident, be decisive. And since that moment, Trevor Lawrence has accounted for 19 touchdowns, only 1 turnover. They're going down the field a lot more. Cohen has completely given Trevor Lawrence his confidence back, and it's been a great thing to see here in Jacksonville.
How does this sort of blast off for Lawrence following that conversation with his coach sort of line up with, how close is that to Jacoby Myers showing up? Is that like a week after Jacoby Myers shows up at the trade deadline? The deadline would have been early November, right? So
yeah, pretty much, Bulldog.
Right.
That's exactly right. And look, here's the thing. If Travis Hunter doesn't get hurt, I don't know if Jacoby Myers is here. I mean, maybe he is, but maybe he isn't. Because Travis Hunter just had 100 yards receiving in the London game against the Rams. They go into the bye week. He gets hurt at practice before another game is played, so they had to do something. So they go get Jacoby Myers. And look, Jacoby Myers is a guy, they've already extended him. That's how much they love the guy. He's been here 9 weeks. They've already given him a 3-year extension. Jacoby Myers is going to get you 4 catches for 35 yards or 5 catches for 47 yards. It's not going to be a flashy, 9 for 120 and 2 touchdowns. But 2 things he's done. Number 1, he's opened up the outside. He's the middle of the field guy. He's opened up the outside for Brian Thomas Jr. and for Parker Washington, and they are flourishing. And number 2, Trevor has built a rapport with him because Jacoby just never drops the ball. The Jaguars had a plethora of drops early in the year. It was ridiculous at times. Jacoby Myers has some of the best hands in the league. Some of the catches this guy makes are ridiculous. So the confidence it's given Trevor, it's opening up his teammates on the outside. 35-year-old general manager James Gladstone, I got to tell you guys, that was a home run trade when he acquired Jacoby Myers.
It was a curious one. You have these over the years in sports where not everything seems obvious about it, right? He's a rental on a team with a mid-record. And, he's not a star. He's useful. He's good. And it really has seemed to be like sort of a great fit. Before we get to Jacksonville on defense, how about Travis Etienne in this game? In London against the Bills, he had a huge game. That's 2 years ago now. I found with Etienne, I think even Peterson said this at one point, end of last year maybe, or before he was fired, maybe the year before, where they sort of wore him out late in the season. And the numbers might look like that's happened again. I like Bashal Tutin a lot in fantasy. He never really took off this year as a rookie, but I guess he's healthy now. How do you see the Jaguars and their running game matchup Sunday?
Yeah, the Jaguars had a great running game September, October, and it has certainly gone downhill. Now, why has it gone downhill? Well, the number of carries, I believe, has gone downhill. They're not running it as much when you got a quarterback that's doing what Trevor Lawrence is doing in this passing game. They're flourishing in the air raid, if you will, so they're not running the ball as much. But they understand the stats. They understand the competition coming in here on Sunday. Buffalo has statistically the best secondary in football, maybe lacking a little bit in the running game. Certainly no Ed Oliver. I guess Jordan Phillips is on IR as well. Yep. Jones, the defensive tackle. A lot of people in the Jaguar media center today that I was in are certainly wondering about him, because if he can't go, I guess it's like 2 rookies you guys are starting. You obviously would know better than me. But the point being is that the Jaguars do need to get back to the running game, because the Buffalo secondary is very good. They're maybe a little susceptible in the run game. And, again, the Jaguar running game was one of the best in the league, guys, in September and October. It has certainly come back to the pack and then some. And you would love, if you're a Jaguar fan, to see them be able to reestablish that on Sunday.
One more from me on offense before we do take a look at the matchup from the other side here, and it's Parker Washington. I mean, just looking at the last 3 weeks, 145 yards, 115 yards, 87 yards. Like, he has become, and really prior to the Denver game, which was on locally here, I feel like a lot of Bills fans really sat with Jacksonville for the first time that weekend before Christmas. And, I mean, he was just a rock star in that game. And that's not a name I was super familiar with prior to that game. Just tell us a little about him and the impact he's been having.
6th-round pick. This is his 3rd year in the league. He was a punt return guy for the most part. Now, he got in towards the end of last year due to some injuries, but never really did all that much. A couple of moments here and there, honestly, but nothing great. And it was kind of like that for the first part of this year. And then the Travis Hunter injury happened. And then they had to find somebody. So they go out and get Jacoby Myers and Brian Thomas Jr., but they still needed somebody on the outside. Now, they signed De'Ami Brown from the Commanders last year. He's fallen out of the rotation because of Parker Washington. He's not the biggest guy, but the guy is just elusive in the open field. He's got some – I mean, he's not Amon-Ra St. Brown. I don't want to say that. But there's some Amon-Ra St. Brown there. I mean, he's a great route runner. He's gotten 350 yards, I think, receiving in the last 3 games, a couple of 100-yard performances, and 5 for 87 and a touchdown last week in the win over Tennessee. He's still a really good punt returner. He has 2 punt returns for touchdowns this year, but he's added the wide receiver element to his game. And, again, we talk about trust. Trevor has begun to build more trust with his wide receivers, and Parker Washington's a big, big reason why this offense is flourishing here in the last 2 months.
Just a few more minutes with Ryan Green in Jacksonville. The maybe number one of the top topics anyway about this matchup is Jacksonville's defense against the run. Very strong season. The Bills against the run got gashed a few times, but they're not going to face each other exactly. What accounts for how strong Jacksonville has been on the ground? And, here comes the NFL rushing leader. I think the Bills, even with Josh Allen on the team, they've been like this for a couple of years. Really, they almost need the running game to work out to be who they want to be on offense. So that'll be a big test.
It'll be maybe where the game is decided. It's good versus good. And I was inside the Jaguar locker room no more than 2 hours ago talking with some of the defensive linemen, and they know the challenge that's coming in here, no question about it. There is an unbelievable respect for Josh Allen and for James Cook. As far as the Jaguar defense goes, they're not household names, right? I mean, Eric Armstead maybe is, and he's done a good job. But Devon Hamilton, the defensive tackle, has been very good. You look at guys like Matt Dickerson. Matt Dickerson's a great story. Matt Dickerson's 30 years old, was on the Jaguar practice squad through about mid-October, gets called up due to injury, and he has actually supplanted former second-round pick Mason Smith. He's taken his job because the Jaguars aren't committed to anybody. They didn't draft Mason Smith, so they bring Matt Dickerson in, and he has been awesome. And they're 2 linebackers. I mean, I don't know what else you can say about Foye Oluokun and Devin Lloyd. The 2 guys are beasts. I mean, they are awesome. People remember Devin Lloyd from the 99-yard pick 6 against Mahomes on Monday Night Football, but he has been very, very good against the run this year. Now, having said that, I don't think this is the steel curtain, guys. I think Buffalo potentially can run on them. Part of the Jaguars' success against the run is that they have been destroying people, so people need to throw the ball on them. Now, in the close games, even the close games, they've done well against the run. But if Buffalo stays committed to it, I don't think Jacksonville would necessarily shut them down. But it will be good versus good, and I'm looking forward to seeing the matchup on Sunday.
Ryan, do you have a thought on the Jaguars defending a quarterback like Allen? Whether it's designed runs or getting out and just, creating, schoolyard type stuff, on the run. Like how are they? Do they have a problem containing a quarterback that's the athlete that Allen is?
They really haven't obviously seen a guy like Josh Allen. I'm trying to go through the memory banks here of guys they've seen, particularly through this winning streak. Nothing really jumps to mind.
Right.
I mean, Bo Nix isn't really a scrambler. Herbert, they killed Herbert. Herbert actually got pulled with 13 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Harbaugh threw up the white flag of surrender in that game, but Herbert's not the most mobile guy. So Josh Allen is going to be somebody they haven't seen before. So, yeah, I mean, I certainly think that might be an issue for them. But they have guys like Antonio Johnson at safety. I mentioned Devin Lloyd. Devin Lloyd was used kind of as a spy a little bit, particularly on Mahomes on Monday Night Football, which was an interesting matchup. Maybe Jacksonville does something similar. Look, Josh Allen, you're not going to stop him completely. I mean, the guy's going to make plays. There's absolutely no doubt about that. What Jacksonville has done a good job of is turning the page. In years past, somebody would make a play on them, and they would tuck their tail between their legs, and the game would get away from them. Somebody makes a play this year. Indianapolis was up 10-0 on them a couple weeks ago. The Lucas Oil Field crowd was going nuts. They're trying to win one for Phillip Rivers, and Jacksonville just stayed the course, ultimately ended up winning the game 23-17. That's something similar here. You know Josh Allen's going to make plays. You just got to move on to the next play. They've done a good job of it so far. It needs to continue on Sunday.
Ryan, will you be on the air tonight?
I will be, 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock tonight. I actually got one of your guys, Sal Capaccio, is going to join me this evening.
Right,
so
good
certainly
deal.
looking forward to that.
It's all so incestuous.
Right.
We're all doing each other's shows. Thanks for your time, Ryan. Enjoy the game Sunday.
Hey, guys, really appreciate you having me on.
You're welcome. What can we give him to sort of have some fun at Sal's expense? Is there something we can text Ryan so he can... I don't know. I don't know which way I want that to go. Yes, I do. You can't play a joke on this guy.
No,
we don't even know him. I mean,
right.
he was fine.
Right. If there's a joke to be played, it's on sale.
Yeah.
I don't know.
To think of something. Yeah. Sal's coming up on our show even today. He's so busy. 5 o'clock, we'll talk to Sal. The injury report is out. What will the Bills do at kicker? Caller earlier brought up Liam Cohen being a first-time playoff head coach. A couple of thoughts on that as we continue. Lines are open for your calls. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. This is WGR.
For the Buffalo Bills, as they got back to work earlier today, 6 players did not practice: Terrell Bernard, Max Harrison, Ty Johnson, Matt Milano, Matt Prater, and Josh Palmer. Palmer, the only player not named by head coach Sean McDermott when he did speak before practice, and Palmer is officially dealing with an ankle injury. And then 5 players were limited: Daquan Jones, Dalton Kincaid, Jordan Poyer, Shaq Thompson, and DeMar Hamlin. And for Hamlin, this is due to the team opening up his 21-day practice window. And the Barnes Firm Injury Report, it is brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. We also had some roster moves made by the Bills today. Cornerback Dane Jackson has been signed to the active roster. Defensive tackle Jordan Phillips has been placed on IR, and then 2 players have been signed to the practice squad: cornerback Darryl Porter Jr. and quarterback Shane Buechele. We'll get more on the Bills coming up in just about a half hour at 5 when Sal Capaccio does join the show. For the Sabres, they did hold practice earlier this morning. Head coach Lindy Ruff did speak with the media following that. We did get a bit of an injury update. Goaltender Alex Lyon should have a chance to return in 7 to 10 days. He was placed on IR last night with a lower body injury. And then forward Yuri Kulik, it is said to be progressing and could have a chance to return this year, but Ruff would not commit to that. Kulik has been dealing with blood clots for much of this season. Sabres are back at it tomorrow at the Rangers. Then in college hoops, UB Women, they're hosting Northern Illinois just after 6. That game can be heard on our sister station, the Bet 1520, with pregame starting at 5:30. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I think what the Jaguars do defensively, this is a zone coverage defense. They're not going to let you get big plays. They're going to be okay with kind of giving up a little bit in the run game. But this is a defense that has been on fire on the back half of the season. It's been one of the better defenses on the back half, and primarily in this last quarter of the season.
Our morning show's guest today, or one of them, Cody Alexander, MatchQuarters.com on the Jaguars. I'm not convinced yet.
I liked our guy better.
I'm not convinced that this team is all that. Ross Tucker wouldn't call their defense great. I don't know. I think I'm probably suffering from Jaguars osis, where this is what, like our guest Ryan Green mentioned this about Liam Cohen, playing up the perceived lack of respect. Coaches always love to do that. But one night game that really I didn't pay that much attention to Jacksonville in because they were playing the Chiefs. And that was in week 5.
Mm-hmm.
And AFC South,
right.
I tend to just
right.
skip a lot of those games.
I was high on them in the reverse AFC power rankings in the summer and leading into the season. And then just sort of settled for you just said it. They're Jacksonville. The uniforms, the stadium, the London. Come on, you're not a serious football operation. Don't try to convince me that you are. And then I watched them against Denver and went I think they're pretty serious.
Ross did say
a pretty serious operation.
Best 2 teams in the conference. He didn't.
Right.
He didn't besmirch the Jaguars. He just said about their defense, maybe not elite. Well, I told you yesterday, because you've been saying this is the toughest team the Bills could have drawn, and I said I'm not sure I want to be talked into that. And so far, I'm holding on to.
Good. We need you. We need you. The audience needs you.
Do they?
Yeah, because I don't want to be the guy that's scaring everybody or anything. I have a. It's almost like my looking at them the way I'm looking at them. I mean, it's objective and honest, but it's also somewhat of a self-defense for get out of here. You're not gonna beat the Bills. You're not beating Josh Allen in the play. There's a lot of that in me, but I don't think that's that's just, what is that? That's just bravado and mostly nonsense for me. I feel I'm thinking about the conversation 3 weeks ago we had with Ross about the uniforms. He's like, I think there's something to that. He says, or something along those lines. He was listening to it. Not that he was respecting it as a reason to not think they're good, but it conditions you to what have you always thought of this team? right? And that's, I mean, if any coach is going to be able to lean into the lack of respect card, I mean, I don't know this Liam Cohen from Adam, but I would think that that's a pretty easy card to play. You're Jacksonville. You've got people all over the country that really, really are passionately following the NFL that just don't ever take you seriously because you've never really done anything serious.
Well, McDermott had a kick at that when he got here.
Sure he did.
You know?
Sure he did.
In Brady's shadow, in New England's shadow, and that was coming to an end. And I wonder exactly how hard he went at that. I mean, there are traces of it over the years, or at least there used to be. Mm-hmm. It's a tough act now. If
For
the Bills
sure.
were to,
but
yeah. They will. I'm telling you, they will say it if they win a game or two. How everybody gave up on them. Just brace yourself for that. And you don't have to laugh.
That'll be their reaction to the, it's you got to do it now or never. Like that will be that will be perceived as a lack of respect, which it really isn't. What it is you've been great for all this time, and you're never going to have a better looking field. All right, you're not ideally aligned within it because you're going on the road probably 3 times as opposed to being at home in these other years, facing the rock star quarterbacks and the big bad teams that you're a part of in the conference. But it does sort of play into the idea that it is respectful. It's you've been great, go do it now. That's the polite way, I think, to phrase what's being said nationally about them. You've been great. Go do it.
And I just have not been able to settle for that this is in any way easier this year.
Right.
Right. Last year, Denver, you had to whip them, and they whipped them. The Ravens have found ways to lose playoff games, and that happened again. The Bills weren't bad or anything, but they might have been the second best team on the field, but the Ravens, is that a team looking back? Because we make this point, you hear people make this point all the time. Are the Ravens a part of that? I mean, the Bills have 2 playoff wins against them, and they have had a penchant for kind of choking. So I don't know that I missed them in the playoff picture for the Bills. I mean, they're almost in it. And then it's a Kansas City team last year that was really ineffective almost in every game on offense going into that playoff game, and then, the Bills made it kind of easy on them. So, yes, it's Mahomes. That's the point, really. Or even Reed. It's the point
whatever season you've had, if you still got to deal with that guy or those guys, that's going to be tough.
I don't know that I like this more. 3 road games, even just because it's not just because, but it's new teams. There's a little bit. This is always something we decide after the fact, that whether it's a team that wasn't up to the playoffs, not built for it, as they say, cracked under pressure, or they were loose. And that's the job that Cohen has this week. But I like his chances, at home against the team in the AFC, on the AFC side that's had the most recent success. That, all right, well,
yeah, if you want to play that up, yeah, right.
If we're really serious, that we win this game.
It'd be really hard to play that up if you were playing Houston or even the Chargers, really any other team in the playoff field. I think because everybody else is new, kind of, right, and the Bills are the stalwart, and so if you want to play the underdog card, nobody respects us. You've got the right opponent for it, that's for sure. I mean, I think, these guys, if they really want to do it, can manufacture that out of nowhere. I mean, we live in a world where the Chiefs were yelling about how people didn't give them a chance against the Bengals the second time around when they beat them, and Burrowhead and all this nonsense, and Travis Kelce going full WWE wrestler after the game. Okay, shut up.
That's one of the worst things to have to listen to.
But so they always will get there, but this is kind of ready-made for this coach, if that's the angle he wants to play, and I don't blame him for playing it. Because, again, I think the perception of this team is that, it's Jacksonville. Get out of here.
Get out of here.
Just yeah. Doing that with my hand. I don't know, for the Twitch crowd.
We'll have picks on Friday.
I believe that, yeah.
Pick them all 6?
Yes. Yeah, I think it's what we do once we get to the playoffs.
It's still a race. It's still a race, right?
Yes, it is. There's enough games for me to still catch up, but it's not. It's like 8.5 now.
8.5 with goal, Burnley. 8.5 with.
I didn't need to hear you say that.
13 games left. I'm not dormy.
No, you're not. No.
We don't bet anymore. Like, there's no stake anymore. There used to be.
Right.
A couple of embarrassing scenes occurred years ago after the Picks season ended. I thought of a good one, though.
Oh, yeah?
So you have the car wash pass?
Sure.
Right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
In theory, you have that?
I have it. I haven't used it in 3 months, which is it's stupid.
Very much car wash season.
I know, and I'm not participating. I'm on IR.
I was in there the other day, and it runs pretty smoothly, efficiently. How you sort of work your way into 2 lines, and then as you approach the car wash itself, you just alternate. There's even a sign telling you to do that.
Take turns. Yeah.
The loser of the Picks should have to cut that line. And just absolutely, because sometimes you might feel like the person whose turn is going to go in front of you. Like it's so congested that they move up, and they're not really going to make this move, right? I've never seen anybody do it. I think
me,
but
either.
imagine having to do it where you're in the car wash. There's a lot of cars, and everybody alternates very dutifully, and you decide to not do that. And you just go right up underneath the guy. I mean, you could even get hit doing that. But that would be the loser of the Picks would have to do that. And there'd be video.
You have to videottape it?
Yeah, you'd have to prove
provide the evidence?
Yes.
Yeah.
That'd be awful to have to do, right?
I would not do it.
I would
not agree to that wager.
I'd have to have a mask on or something.
I wouldn't be able to.
I don't know. Because somebody could take a picture of you doing that. It's that egregious.
Right. Yes.
And I don't know what happens from that, but just to try to embarrass you, try to expose you.
Yeah, I don't want any part of that.
For cutting the car wash line.
Where was I? Where this just happened to me yesterday or today on my way in? There was... Oh, yeah, I was sitting at a light waiting to turn into one of the plazas on Sheridan Drive. I needed to stop and get Fred some dog food on my way into work. So I'm waiting at the light on Sheridan Drive for that plaza where there used to be a Jim Steakout in there. I don't know what else is in there, right? It's a little plaza on Sheridan Drive.
All right.
And I'm at the light, and the light is green, but the arrow's red, right? As I pull up to it, I miss the arrow, but the light is green, and so traffic is going, and there's not really any traffic. Like, I could have safely turned left into this lot.
On a red light.
On a red arrow. The light, it was green.
That's a light.
Right. But my turn signal was red. So, that's I'm not supposed to do that. I'm supposed to go. But I'm sitting there, and I'm a little later than I would like to be to get here, right? And there's no traffic coming. It's still green for the people traveling on Sheridan Drive, and I'm just looking at the cars lining up to wait for their turn to come out of the lot. And I'm like, I could have gone 10 times already. I could have turned into this lot. And I thought, I'm going to do it, and I thought, somebody might recognize me.
That keeps us both out of a lot of trouble.
Somebody might all I need is to be like, I'm not going to do it. I'm just not going to do it.
There are so many times, like at a store, where I felt like I had a cause and wanted to raise my voice, maybe because service was terrible or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like, my instinct is always not to do it because of this.
Yeah, I don't need a Twitter post.
I know.
Exactly. A video of me turning left on red on Sheridan Drive at 2:10 in the afternoon.
Or way worse.
Right. Making a scene in the store. Yeah, that is way worse.
Yeah.
It's stupid. Yeah, that was just a couple of hours ago. I'm just like, I should just go.
So you're not agreeing to the car wash.
I cannot do it.
You're not.
No, I would not agree to that. I can't.
I wouldn't either.
I can't. No,
it's only one time though.
I know, but God.
Oh, I didn't see the sign.
I feel bad.
What do you mean you didn't see the sign? You don't need to see the sign. This is obviously how we do it. We alternate. There's 2 lanes. Anybody would know that. Right. You don't need to see the sign.
Right. It's just common decency.
It's just common sense.
It's the social compact we all live with.
You alternate here.
Yeah.
This is how.
Yeah. No, I would never. I can't.
It is funny sometimes to see cars cross lanes before you get into the flow. Because, you have the car wash pass people.
Well, they might not know. Yeah, they might be in the wrong lane, and I got to pay, or I don't have whatever. Yeah. Right. You forget you're maybe not driving your car, you're driving your wife's car, and she doesn't have the pass, and
something.
Whatever. Yeah.
All right. Well, scratch that idea. Yeah. Sal Capaccio coming up at 5. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog, WGR. back, we'll talk to Sal in about 12 minutes. 803-0550, Bills and Jaguars Sunday at 1 here on WGR. Bulldog and I'm Mike Schopp, will be on right after the game. If the Bills win, it might be a couple of minutes earlier than if they lose, because when the season ends, sometimes Chris Brown, Eric Wood, they sort of go on for a while, saying thank you to everybody. But it's pretty much right after the game. Jim is next. Hello, Jim.
Hey, I was thinking about comparing Josh to Brady, and I don't think anyone would disagree that Josh is a superior physical talent. Brady was super smart and knew how to run the team. He also had Belichick. But Brady won 3 Super Bowls when his team finished 11-5, his first one and his last 2. So he didn't have superior talent those years, but they managed to find a way to win. So I'm optimistic. What do you guys think?
I think that's one way of looking at it. I mean, sure. I don't think this is close, maybe close. It might be the weakest Bills team to make the playoffs in years. I think I would probably say that. I think it's the closest we've been to Josh Allen is the whole team. I think it's the closest we've been to that.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Like, I'm not prepared to run down Brady's supporting cast over the years.
But I do like the thought of, you're going to go win it. This is, you've referenced this a few times. How is it Aaron Schatz that'll tell us Indianapolis won finally. They had been better other years. They had better seasons, better records, but they couldn't break through, and then they finally did, and then they won. And it wasn't maybe their best team. I think that's the example that's been used.
That's right.
So, I like that if you want to hold on to something. But, I mean, we we hold on to something every year at this time. Last year, it's gotta be time. Basically, right? Don't worry about it. I got to play Baltimore. I got to play Kansas City. I'll deal with it. It's their turn, right? Allen's had his MVP season. They're just going to go do it this time. And, we know how close that came to coming true, at least getting to the Super Bowl, but they ultimately fell short.
The year before was playing at home.
Right. This year is what? This year is, it's all right. The Giants have done this. Right? You can go on the road and do this. You don't have to. So, you can pack your bag any way you like. I'm not down on it. Find a thing to hang on to that helps you get through the week. Because believe me, I'm open to advice right now because I could use help getting through the week.
Work-wise, you're about halfway through the week.
It's only Wednesday, and I'm already just, I don't know. I'm a little itchy.
It's good. It's good, Jim. It's a fine point, to make those comparisons. I don't know. The Bills worry me. I just have not seen them really put a game together, discounting last Sunday, in a long time. They've gotten through it. That's to their credit. But they haven't had Jacksonville's season, for one example, where the Jaguars have really run over teams in the second half. And the Bills have had to struggle to beat sometimes not even good teams, right? Tampa, Cincinnati was another one. They did it, and you can use that as well as a confidence builder. But I'm struggling a little bit. It's not just this game. They got to win at least 2 for me to feel like this season meant anything. And it's a little bit depressing, but it's honest. Sal Capaccio next. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog, WGR.
It is a lengthy injury report for the Buffalo Bills. They did get back to work earlier today. 6 players did not practice. Terrell Bernard, Max Harrison, Ty Johnson, Matt Milano, Matt Prater, and Josh Palmer. Palmer being the only player not named by head coach Sean McDermott when he spoke with the media before practice. Palmer, though, is officially dealing with an ankle injury. Then 5 players were limited. Daquan Jones, Dalton Kincaid, Jordan Poyer, Shaq Thompson, and DeMar Hamlin. And for Hamlin, this is due to the team opening up his 21-day practice window. While for the Jaguars, 2 players did not practice. Left tackle Cole Van Lennon and cornerback Jarian Jones. The Barnes Firm Injury Report, it is brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. The Bills did also make some roster moves today. Cornerback Dane Jackson has been signed to the active roster. Defensive tackle Jordan Phillips has been placed on IR, and then 2 players were signed to the practice squad. Cornerback Darryl Porter Jr. and quarterback Shane Buechele. Do stay tuned. Coming up next, Sal Capaccio will join the show for the latest on the Bills. To the Sabres, no game tonight, though they did hold practice earlier this morning. Head coach Lindy Ruff did speak with the media. We got a bit of an injury update. Goaltender Alex Line should have a chance to return in 7 to 10 days after being placed on IR last night with a lower body injury. And then forward Yuri Kulik is said to be progressing well and could have a chance to return this year, but Ruff would not commit to that as Kulik has been dealing with blood clots for much of this season. The Sabres are back at it tomorrow at the Rangers. And then in college hoops, UB women, they are hosting Northern Illinois just after 6. That game can be heard on our sister station, the Bet 1520. Pregame starting in a half hour at 5:30. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Bills and Jaguars, 2 head coaches with 500 records in the playoffs. If 0-0 is 500, I'm not sure it is.
I think it's not a record. It's not a record, is what it is.
It's a non-record.
It's non-entity.
Well, it's something.
He has no record, is what he has.
He's not 500.
Right.
I think you can't call that 500, but it's equal. As many wins as losses. How about that? McDermott 7-7. 7 coaches active have winning records in the playoffs. And one of them is not Sean Payton, by the way, who is 9-9 in his career. Zach Taylor, Andy Reid, Jim Harbaugh, Sean McVay, Nick Sirianni, Kyle Shanahan, and, of course, Dan Quinn.
Of course, Dan Quinn.
Sal Capaccio with us now on the West Her Hotline. Sal, what's new? How's life?
Life is good, guys. It's playoff week. I'm excited. It's just it's a really intense time of year. It's exciting to kind of think about all these games, and I just I don't know. I'm the kind of person, I don't know if you guys are the same. I try to think about what life is like after a win and what life is like after a loss. You know what I mean? On Monday, and how I'm reacting and how we're reacting. I know Bulldog, and we've talked about doing the shows before after losses, right?
Yeah, I try not to think about it during the week because it's bad enough thinking about it as the game is unfolding on a Sunday or a Saturday or whenever these playoff games are. I don't like sitting with that.
This point is a problem for me this week because I'm finding that we're talking about all these what if they lose scenarios, Sal. And, I mean, they're favored to win, not by much, but they haven't lost the game or anything yet. And yet we're talking, what if they lose? What if this happens? What about Allen? What about McDermott? What about Bean? We're doing so much of that. And there really isn't, hear me out, because this might sound funny on its face, there really isn't that much of an upside this week. Like, you have to win in Jacksonville in the first round. I mean, what was the season worth if you don't? So I don't want to make it all sort of in this negative framework, but a loss here is devastating. And a win is, kind of what needs to happen.
Go do it again is what a win is, I think.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's right. I mean, the Jaguars are the team here that has nothing to lose and everything to gain, right? I mean, they kind of got here with a new head coach, and they have this resurgence, and you're kind of like the Bills of I guess 2017, maybe even 2019, right? Even though that sucked losing in 2019, it's like, okay, like you got there, you got the young quarterback, let's go, let's see what you can do. And they lost a pretty terrible fashion in that game, which left a sour taste in your mouth, but they didn't have to go win in Houston. Now it's like, okay, you've been there, and okay, like now's the time. And if you don't win this game, then the season kind of becomes a failure in a lot of respects. I totally agree with that. So yeah, I think about that part of it, which is, and for me, it's also the operation of it. Like literally, I'm emailing our boss today and like, hey, worst case scenario, if they lose on Sunday, we have to do locker clean out Monday. Like, what does this look like? Where do you want me? How do you want to do this? Right? Like these are things that I have to start planning for.
Logistically,
right?
Yeah,
like my life changes. That's the part of it. I'm not trying to, like, I know it does for a lot of us, but my life completely changes on the result of a Buffalo Bills playoff game each week, to be honest with you.
Right. Well, how do you feel about the I don't know, the pressure, the narrative that, like, the deck is clear, they got to go do it? Because, I think, boiling it down, I don't think it's entirely fair, of course. I mean, what is in big media, right? I mean, narratives just take off and, the flames get fanned and the conversation just grows and grows and grows. But I don't think it's entirely unfair to look at the Bills, through the years here and say, like, this is as clean a look as you're going to get, even though you're not at home. I mean, it'd be a much easier sell to me if the Bills were Denver, sitting home waiting with no Mahomes and no Lamar Jackson and all the. I mean, holy cow. Talk about regrets. Not getting the 1 seed in this year is just what a miss. But I don't mind that the Bills are expected to go win because they've got the best quarterback and they've got the resume here. They've been deep in the playoffs multiple times here in this era. So I think there should be pressure on them.
Yeah, so there's a lot there, and I think it comes down to, for me, the two different aspects of the team and the quarterback conversation, right, that's been going on lately. And I'll start with the team. Agreed. Like, I mean, you're here now. You've built this team. You've come close. You didn't get there. Your goal is to get the 1 seed. You didn't not only do that, you didn't win the division, right? So far you've kind of fallen short of the first goal of the season, but you still have everything in front of you. You get to what your ultimate goal is, but you got to win some games to get there. And that's going to be hard to do, but you have every opportunity in the world to do it because you have arguably the best player in the sport, right? I mean, you put yourself in this position, and the fact that you have to go on the road for 3 straight games is probably because you didn't take care of business earlier, but now you have a chance to atone for that. I have made the comment several times that if the Bills do lose on Sunday, I am guessing Monday is pretty much all Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane radio on WGR. That's probably what it is, right? It's everybody calling up and giving their opinion. I don't shy away from that. I think it's right. I understand it. It doesn't mean that we're saying they should or shouldn't move on, but I think fans will have that appetite to talk about it because they've had that appetite already, no doubt. I think where it comes to me, where I get annoyed, is the quarterback conversation about this. Because, yes, I agree. Like, Josh Allen has, he is a quarterback, and in this sport, quarterbacks are judged on rings. I don't think that's totally fair, especially in Buffalo, where we have lived through Hall of Fame players losing 4 times in the Super Bowl. I think we're a little more sensitive, I know I am, to, well, he never got it done and he shouldn't be regarded as one of the greats because of that. I think that's a bunch of baloney. We know how great Jim Kelly and Thurman Thomas and Andre Reed were. I know how great Dan Marino was and Warren Moon was. I don't dock them for not winning a Super Bowl, but I understand the legacy part. I do. That's what this sport is built on. And this right now is a chance for Josh Allen to really go forward and cement a legacy here, considering the other people who he has not been able, who the Bills have not been able to beat, are not in this. What bothers me is the talk about Allen to say that completely disregards the fact that the other guys couldn't even get there. Right? Like, he has him and James Cook have arguably dragged the Bills to the playoffs, and they don't get credit for that, but he's going to get criticism for not winning once they're there. And if they don't, that makes me mad. It reminds me of when LeBron James went to a bunch of NBA finals, but his record was bad. Well, look at his record in the finals. Ha, ha, ha. I'm like, yeah, but he beat all these people that, like, to get there. Like, you're not even, like, the people that didn't get there don't get the criticism. He got there. Like, what did it take to get there? That's what bothers me.
I mean, I was over here criticizing all the other NBA players when this was happening, but that didn't seem to, get clicks. Let's put it that way.
Didn't move the meter much.
With Sal Capaccio on the West Her Hotline. I don't mean to minimize
Sorry
that point
about that. I rambled on a little bit. I got a little heated there. I think it's a great conversation. Like, I think it's a great thing to kind of see, but it's been getting very annoying to me to see this about Josh Allen. And I understand the legacy part, but why are we not even mentioning the talking heads, the people saying this, not even mentioning the people who didn't get there, but yet he's going to be criticized if he does get there because of him, but that ultimately the team doesn't win.
I know. I mean, you're not wrong. We talked about this a lot yesterday, and I mean, Allen, unlike other great quarterbacks who didn't get to a Super Bowl, that's where we're at. It's not even winning one. It's not getting to one yet. He has had great performances in the playoffs. Peyton Manning was different, where Manning left you wanting in those games. Lamar Jackson is more like that, where it's mistakes and, it's more on the quarterback. The failure is more on the quarterback. That is not the same point that you're making. You're talking about guys who didn't even get to the postseason by comparison. But I just want to see the game first, Earlier we were talking, I know you were listening, who do you want to be at the 2-minute warning, up 3, or with the ball? Do you want to be the team that can drive for the win or the tie, force whatever it is? Or do you want to defend? Say it's like after a kickoff, so the 35 or whatever that would be. Which side would you take?
I think it's a fascinating discussion, and I've almost always in any sport taken the side of I want to be the team winning. I'm already winning. The other team has to do work to beat me. I put myself in a position to win the game. So the other team has to try and beat me, and it's incumbent upon them to make the particular plays. Even in basketball, would I rather be the team on defense up 2 and defending, or would I rather be the team down 2 on offense, with the ball? I want to be the team that's up because you have to make the play. So that's the way I approach these things. Now, I do think that there's some argument and nuance to, well, what's the score of the game? Like, if you tell me it's 45-42, I'm probably saying I want the ball. That means that you haven't been able to stop me all day, right? If it's 10-7, I want to totally be on defense. Your score is a good score, Mike, because it's kind of in between. But I did think about the fact that if it's 28-24, well, that basically means you've only scored 3 touchdowns so far through the first 3+ quarters. So I'm going to take my chance. You're not going to score another touchdown, and I'm going to play defense here.
Interesting, and if you missed this, I kind of hope you did so that you'll like this. Maybe you already heard it from yesterday's show. According to Pro Football Reference, for what it's worth, if you are down 4, so this is with the Bills as the team, as a 1.5-point favorite. That's baked into the win probability. If you're down 4, Bills are down 4, 2-minute warning, 1st and 10 at their own 35, they'd be 37.5% to win. So 3 out of 8 scenarios they would win. If they're down 3, it's only 30%.
That's amazing.
Isn't that cool?
It's because you play more conservative.
Play the field goal, and then you got overtime to deal with, probably. Right.
Yeah.
Isn't it funny? So this is interesting. Matt Bove and I, we did a podcast today, and we were talking about Matt Prater, which we can get to him in a minute. And Matt made the comment on the podcast of, well, you know what? I mean, if you go into the game with Matt Prater, sure, you want him, and then he gets injured, then, like, I was making the point, maybe you want 2 kickers active just in case something happens to him during the game. Right. And Matt's like, well, do you really care? Then just go for 2 and don't kick. And I'm like, you want to have a no kicker in the game? And he said, yeah. And I get that point, but here, to your point, Mike, but if that is the case, the defense knows that I have to go for it on 4th down. They're going to play me different on 3rd down. I think there's so many variables here.
Yep. All right, well, let's get to the injuries.
Let's get to the kickers. Yeah, what do you think the chances are they do that? I mentioned to Mike earlier, like Prater, well, you can tell us what Prater said, but is it a crazy thing to do to have the practice squad kicker called up in case something happens to Prater during the game?
It's not crazy. It's tricky. I think there's 2 parts to this. Number one, first of all, Matt Prater did talk with us today. He did not practice today. But what he said, he actually did use the word precautionary, which is really encouraging when it came to last Sunday when he left the game. He said because of the cold and warming up, his right quad stiffened up on him. So that's why they took him out of the game. He didn't kick. He didn't kick today, but he said he feels confident going into tomorrow. He'll be able to get quality work in, but he still has to do it. He has to do it tomorrow, has to do it on Friday. It's obviously going to be warmer in Jacksonville. So I'm encouraged. He sounded pretty darn confident that he's encouraged, but he also could be, just because that's the way people are wired and he wants to go out there and he wants to do it. Now, that being said, there's 2 parts to this. Number one, I don't think it's crazy at all to elevate Matthew Wright Saturday at 4 p.m. for Sunday's game, because you could get to Sunday morning, and what if Matt Prater wakes up and he has a quad that's stiffened up on him, right? Because of a plane ride and whatever. Now if you don't have somebody available, you can't even activate him for the game. It's tricky because you only get 2 elevations, so that would be one of them. Okay, then you get to that. Let's even say you do that. Now you're talking about 90 minutes before the game making a call on actually putting the guy on the 48-man game day roster. Sure, you could do it, and Bulldog, I don't think it's crazy at all, but there's only 48 guys who can dress, and there's other people banged up, and you're going to have to use those spots. That's where I think it's tricky.
Sal Capaccio on the Wester hotline. Josh Palmer today's a walkthrough, which I think is, send Prater down there tomorrow. Get warm. Go down there. It's going to be warmer before Sunday anyway. What does it need to be here for?
I don't need you to be flying 12 hours before the game or 24 hours before the game.
Warm up, get touched, whatever it is you got to do to get your leg right. Palmer on this injury report, is that something new?
Yeah, well, it's something that we didn't expect today. Sean McDermott met with us before practice. He told us who would be participating, who wouldn't today. Joshua Palmer was not on that list. He did not mention him. So, as we've talked many times before, it could be that maybe they decided before they went out, you know what, let's just back off on Josh Palmer today. He'd been dealing with the ankle all year. Or it could be something that happened and flared up, and they're like, okay, well, I guess he can't practice today. Like, we don't know exactly where that is. We'll find out for sure more tomorrow. It was a walkthrough today, an estimation, as you guys know, when that happens. So, I think it's something to be concerned about, but they've been down this road with Josh Palmer a lot, especially, it's the second half of the year here, and it just seems like he just can't get right.
But it'd be really interesting to see what they do there if that lingers. If he is unable to go, like, is that automatically Keon Coleman? I'm thinking about how McDermott has been so in love with Mecole Hardman's speed. That's a practice squad elevation, so that might get complicated. I just wonder what they would end up doing at receiver. The easy button would be, well, Coleman's the next guy up.
That's probably right. I mean, we know what they feel about Brandon Cooks. I mean, he did not play last week because they want to keep him ready, right? I mean, so obviously he's a guy that they need. We know what they feel about Tyrell Shavers. He's out there no matter what every week. And if obviously Khalil Shakir. So I think Keon Coleman would be. The other name you get to is Gabe Davis, but honestly, I'd be stunned if Gabe Davis didn't play in this game.
Me too.
I mean, you go back to Jacksonville, the place that just cut you. And I mean, we talked with Gabe at length today too in the media, and he's not going to say he has friends down there. Gabe's not going to give you bulletin board material, but I suspect Gabe Davis would really like to go to Jacksonville and play well in this game.
What's your latest thinking about the Jaguars, Sal? Just the overall quality, how they match up with the Bills?
I mean, it's good on good in a lot of areas, right? Which is especially the Bills' run offense against the Jags' run defense. That's going to be a tough matchup. This is a Jacksonville Jaguars team that faced Jonathan Taylor twice, Christian McCaffrey, and other good running backs. They never allowed 75 yards rushing to anybody, more than 75. That's a tough deal for the Bills. But I think one thing the Bills have done really well this year, and I can think about games like Carolina and then game like Pittsburgh, where they did the same thing but in two different ways, where they have been able to pivot to different kinds of runs, different styles of runs. They are a very, very adaptable offensive line, adaptable offense to run the ball in different fashion and say, okay, they're very good at stopping the run, but I mean, really, could they stop anything you do with them? Maybe, I guess, but maybe it's toss sweep like in Carolina. Maybe it's inside zone with a bounce, against Pittsburgh, whatever it is. I think the Bills will absolutely try to do that. I mean, obviously, Trevor Lawrence is playing really well. He's pushing the ball down the field. Here's good on good. But the Bills are the best team in the league at not allowing explosive plays. They keep everything in front of you. And I think in this game, one thing the Bills are going to want to do is really make Trevor Lawrence be patient and try to force him into a mistake. And he hasn't made a lot of mistakes lately, but I think as a more inexperienced quarterback in these situations, that's something you're going to try and want to do.
Are you deterred at all by the fact that Parker Washington's real name is Christopher Parker Washington? Does that give you pause? He's named for Bulldog?
Did not even know that until you just mentioned
Christopher Parker Washington.
Right.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
I got a guy, Sal. I hope he doesn't break our hearts.
What we're not spending enough time on is that, incredibly, when the total for a Jacksonville Jaguars game is 49 or higher, they are 1-25 all time straight up, with the one being their first of these games in the 90s. 25 in a row when it's been basically predicted to be a high-scoring game, they have lost. I mean, going back decades. That's kind of incredible.
Yeah, I did not believe this when you first said it. Like, I did believe it, but I'm like, I got to look it up. I actually pulled it up on Sports Reference, on
StatHead.
The site here, StatHead. It's incredible. It's just loss after loss after loss, and I'm looking at it, and I know Bulldog. I was listening on my way back from the stadium. You asked how many in the Trevor Lawrence era, and when was Lawrence drafted? 2020, did we decide? Or I think that was when it was. I'm not really sure. Anyway, they've had 16 games since 2020, but a lot of them that year. 1 in 21, a couple in 22, and they've had a few over the last few years where they've been the over-under total has been that high, and they have not won the game. By the way, in that one game against San Francisco, it was 41-3, so they crushed them, right? But yes, it is an amazing stat. It really is. But here's the thing: I don't know what to think about that or do with it. It's a fun stat.
That's right.
You know that this is a great, like, another great example or anecdote, a way of looking at things of how much does it matter the history between the Jags and Bills, right? The Bills going to Jacksonville. You have that game in 17. You have that awful game in 21 against Urban Meyer. You have the game in London. And there are a lot of Bills fans and people in the media who will say it's just they just don't play well there. They don't play well against them. They don't play well against them away from home. I just don't think that way. I think professional athletes don't care about that. They don't wake up on Wednesday morning before practice and go, "Oh my God, we don't play well in Jacksonville." Like it's just not what you do.
Totally right.
You get ready for each game. So we asked Mitch Morse this yesterday on. By the way, I just want to promote it. Mitch was amazing on the Always Game Day in Buffalo podcast. Obviously, he played for the Bills. He played for the Jags to end his career. And I said, settle this debate because Bove thinks it matters. I don't think it matters. He basically sided with me, but he did say, which was interesting. He said, when I was a player, I wouldn't care about that. Like, every team is different. You know, you go out to play that game. He said, but now I'm in this spot, meaning in the media. He goes, I do kind of think of it that way a little bit, which is really interesting perspective.
Yeah. Well, you need something to say over here. We need things to say. So here's something you can say and maybe even talk yourself into. Lawrence is the 21 draft, so he's played five.
I was about to say
five seasons. I didn't know earlier. He wasn't sure.
Right.
So he's been around for 8 of these games where the total was 49 or higher, all losses. And also, you have the StatHead page up like I do, probably. It's 26 games. They were favored in 3 of the 26. So it's not like they would have been upsets had they won almost all of these games. Any of these games would have been an upset by the point spread.
They came close. They had an overtime loss here to Minnesota, I see, in 20.
Yeah, that's one that happened. They almost won that one. That's right.
But they got not a lot of these games are close though, Mike. You know what I mean? Like you look at the scores here too, which is crazy.
Yep. It's an amazing streak. More or less amazing than Pittsburgh winning 23 straight Monday night home games.
Oh my God! I know. We were talking about that today too.
Amazing.
Just like,
the Steelers streak is incredible.
Jeff Hostetler is the last road quarterback to win a Monday night game.
I mean, that is super incredible. That's the thing I keep thinking about. Like, I'm with Bove today. We're talking about all this, and I'm like, I keep thinking about what's Sunday like. I'm flying back on the charter, and I'm either thinking, okay, locker cleanout day tomorrow, talking about McDermott, talking about Bean, starting the process over again. Or I'm like, I can't wait to get home and kick my feet up and watch this damn Chargers-Patriots game. It's going to be awesome just to kind of, all right, we're all good. We're clear. We're in the next round. Let's see what you guys got. You know what I mean?
Right.
If the
it's such a juxtaposition. It really is.
Yep.
Bills win, Chargers win, Bills get the Monday night winner on the road in the second round. Bills win, Patriots win, then they get Denver in the second round. They can't get New England in the second round. So there it is.
And by the way, Tomlin, as great as they've been on Monday night, he's not that great on a short week.
Uh-oh.
So my guess is, and I'm guessing, they're not going to put the Steelers or the Texans on Saturday next week, right?
I would think.
So that winner's going to play on Sunday, but it'll still be a short week. It'll be 6 days. Monday night to Sunday will be a short week.
That's new. That's new for us. That's new for us, Sal. Good point, because that means I just laid out the possible matchups. The Bills will not play the Steelers-Texans winner on Saturday. So that means their game will probably be on Saturday if it's the Denver game.
I'm not so sure about that, Mike. I think you could be right. If I remember correctly, the teams that have finished with the 1 seed have almost always played on Sunday. But I could be wrong about that. I have to go back and look. I thought I remember that last year. It's not like anything I looked up recently, but it is something to look up.
It is different now, maybe with I'm just thinking the conferences would each split the 2 days, but maybe that doesn't always happen anymore. It always
no, they
used
have
to.
not. They've actually had a lot of. You're right, but I do know that over the last few years, there's been a few times where I'm like, oh, it's interesting. They're putting the NFC on one day and the AFC on the other day.
Okay.
Like it's just kind of more random now. You know what I mean?
And now those early games in the playoffs by the second round start at like 3, don't they, or even later? So you wouldn't have Denver at 1 o'clock, but there might not be a 1 o'clock game anymore after this week.
Right, divisional, they've started doing that. And by the time we get to divisional, we're to CBS and Fox, right? Is the Prime is out of the mix,
That's
ESPN's out of the mix, like it's just or does ESPN get a divisional game but it's on a Saturday or
I'll look. I'm not sure.
No, do you guys remember when the Bills played divisional last year?
This is Baltimore. It's Sunday night.
Yeah. Sunday night was a 6:30 game though. It wasn't really a Sunday night. It was 6:30 p.m. That's when they did that. But they have so last year divisional was Saturday at 4:30, Saturday at 8, Sunday at 3, Sunday at 6:30.
Yeah. Okay. And Seattle will have to have a later game too, but these are all later games because they'll be home next week. All right. Exciting stuff. Thank you, Sal.
You got it, guys. Thanks a lot.
Our Sal Capaccio on the Wester Hotline. His appearances are always brought to you by New York's only outlet liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? I omitted NBC there. Right, NBC will still have a stake here. They have the Super Bowl, for God's sake. They're not going to be out of the playoff business.
They won't have a championship game.
Right.
But they might have a game next week.
Next weekend. Yeah.
And they have New England, LA this week.
This week, right.
803-0550 for your calls. How do you feel about the Jaguars? The big topics we've been hitting here this week. We'll look for your calls after the update here on WGR.
Well, are you tired of your house being freezing?
We've been living in sin so long, all the feels are gone. Fella stopped me on the street last night, said everything's alright. Roller coaster, make it through the day, alright. It seems your meal ticket is gone, but life goes on. I could never imagine something better. Yeah, right. Now you're cooking on high heat in the middle of the street. Roller coaster, take me to a better time. Let's go. All sing your high line with the roller coaster of life. Yeah. It's time to all choose your timeline on the roller coaster of life. You seem to easily forget how to place your bet. When everyday life gets you down, you gotta steal the crown. Got to own it. Don't bitch and moan about it, please. God forbid you scrape your knees, and it's nothing to sneeze at. Oh, I've told you over and over again. You gotta get both hands around it and make your own plans. Roller coaster, it's taking over. It's about time. To all choose your timeline with the roller coaster of life. Roller coaster. I want to go down the rabbit hole, down the
It is a lengthy injury report for the Buffalo Bills. They got back to work today, albeit in a walkthrough. 6 players did not practice. Terrell Bernard, Max Hairston, Ty Johnson, Matt Milano, Matt Prater, and Josh Palmer. Palmer was the only player, though, not named by head coach Sean McDermott when he did speak with the media before practice. Palmer is officially, though, dealing with an ankle injury. And then 5 players were limited. Daquan Jones, Dalton Kincaid, Jordan Poyer, Shaq Thompson, and DeMar Hamlin. And for Hamlin, this is due to the team opening up his 21-day practice window. And then for the Jags, 2 players did not practice. Left tackle Cole Van Lanen and cornerback Jarian Jones. The Barnes Firm Injury Report, it is brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. Bills did also make some roster moves today. Cornerback Dane Jackson has been signed to the active roster. Defensive tackle Jordan Phillips is being placed on IR. And then 2 players have been signed to the practice squad. Cornerback Darryl Porter Jr. and quarterback Shane Buechele. We do have 5 games tonight in the NHL, starting at 7 o'clock over on TNT and HBO. The Capitals do host the Dallas Stars. 7:30, the Flames are in Montreal versus the Canadiens. 2 games then at 9:30, Chicago hosts St. Louis. That game is also over on HBO and TNT. And then Ottawa, they are out in Utah versus the Mammoth. Then the night will round out at 10:30. The Kings host the San Jose Sharks. And in college hoops, UB women, they're hosting Northern Illinois coming up in about a half hour at 6. That game can be heard on our sister station, the Bet 1520, with pregame getting underway in just a few moments. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It did seem like a lot of the focus here was to find someone to reach Lamar, to invigorate Lamar, to find him, right? I mean, that's sort of what we're talking about here. I'm not saying that it was like, or they chose the quarterback over the coach. It's not like that. It's just, which coach can come in and get the absolute most, that just had a weird year and a year where a lot of people in the building were wondering, like, is Lamar okay? What's wrong with him? How can we get to him? The goal for the new leader of the organization is find someone who can get the absolute most of their superstar talented quarterback.
Would have liked getting into that with Sal, too, but we had other things. That's Ian Rappaport on the Ravens. To your calls in a bit here shortly, 803-0550. One quick addition to the conversation we just had about what could happen with the schedule next week. Sal looked this up, and I just checked it as well. The last 5 years, there's been only one divisional round game, so next week, where it was not the 1 seed on the Saturday. And that's Taron Johnson. The Bills and the Ravens were on a Saturday night during COVID, and the Chiefs were the 1, and they played Sunday. Every other divisional round 1 seed, or 1 seed going into the second round off the bye, since 19, it happened once also in 19, has played on Saturday.
Right, because the short week doesn't matter to them. They're all for a week anyway.
Yeah. Now, if Houston wins, or even if it's Pittsburgh, I doubt they go to Denver on Saturday, though. I would think that would change.
Right.
Having played Monday night. Maybe it's been in the NFC. I should check this, too, because they've had that Monday night game has always been an NFC game. Maybe there was one upset each year that
caused
precluded
them to not have the Saturday 1 seed. Yeah.
They didn't have that issue, maybe.
Right.
I'm not sure of that, but because Monday to Saturday is tough.
Yeah,
in the playoffs.
I'd be really surprised if the NFL did that to a team.
Me too.
Even with all the schedule imperfections there are, this is within their control to not have it be that way, and I don't think you want to do that to a team this late in the season.
Here's Patrick next. Hello, Patrick.
Hey, guys. I wanted to call in to comment on your point earlier about sort of the relative importance of this game. I've been sort of musing lately a lot on the tension that I perceive to exist between, I guess, how Bills fans are relating to the team right now and the vibe I sort of get from the Bills themselves, which is we sort of have this binary expectation now where it's, Super Bowl of the season was a disappointment. And sometimes the messaging, whether, covert or obvious coming from the organization is like, hey, we're winning 12 games a year. McDermott's not going anywhere. Bean's probably not going anywhere. This is a great team. We just got to keep at it. And so going back to your comment from earlier about like, well, if we lose this game, it's a catastrophe. If we win, it's just kind of par for the course. I do generally agree with that, but I think in this case it is important that we at least win this game, because what have we been saying during the Allen era? It's like, well, Allen's great, we're doing great, but we've got a Mahomes and Reed problem. What can you do? They're all-time greats. Mm-hmm. Then it was like, well, we've kind of got this Burrow and Bengals problem. We're not a great matchup for them. And then, earlier this year when it looked like, hey, maybe we're going to have to go to Houston and play the Texans in the playoffs. It's like, oof, that's one place I don't want to go. At some point, okay, so now the Jaguars.
You got to play somebody, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I guess if you're kind of, reaching this conclusion where we just have a good team problem, and then you lose to this team that, they've had a nice win streak. They're fine, but they're not a historic team. You lose to them, and then we're supposed to just run it back with the same front office and the same coach next year. I think that would be, even by our sort of relationship, this binary relationship with the Bills, it would be a little too much to bear going into next season. So just wanted to get your guys' thought on that. Thanks.
Fair enough. I am nodding throughout.
Yep.
That's my thought on it. I'm nodding throughout.
I don't have to. I'm not sure I'm right about this, but I feel my sense is that something would change. And I don't know. I don't want to say for sure that I think it'd be one or the other. But I feel like there is more pointing to Bean than there has been any other year. Mostly these years go by, and at this time of the year, we don't ever talk about Bean. Right? I mean, I think it's just not – he's not doing news conferences. Once the trade deadline comes and goes, like he's done. I mean, he's still looking to add guys, and they're making practice squad acquisitions, and I'm sure he's involved in the, trying out kickers and all this stuff. But normally we're not thinking about him, therefore we're not talking about him. It's all about McDermott and his defense, and is he going to let you down again, and, whatever it is. But the way this year has unfolded, and in no small part because Bean sort of he threw himself in the safety orange clothes so we can see him in the forest now. Even though we're not thinking about him, we can see him. He's there. He put himself out there, and a lot of fans love the bravado of what he did and how he handled himself then. But he kind of made himself a target if it didn't go the way he was purporting that it would. Like, look at last year. We did it, 30 points a game. And, you told me I got a problem with my receiver group. And the way the years unfolded demonstrates, I think, the rest of the national media has sort of caught on. Like, oh, yeah. They really don't have.
Oh, my gosh.
They really don't have receivers, do they?
Not only has the national media caught on, but I keep hearing about that conversation, if that's the word, that argument on our station all the time. Like it locally mostly, but not always. Like I often hear references to it. So not only is the subject kind of on the table, to say the least here, like you're saying, but I think even his attitude about it made it, well, it's that much more indelible, right? It's that much more controversial or interesting because he so, angrily defended his choices. So I think it's at least what you're saying.
Right. So if there's failure here, they're not, I don't think there's going to be not a lot of, just keep knocking on the door if you lose in the wild card round to Jacksonville or anybody for that matter. It could be the Chiefs even, but it's the wild card round. You lose in the wild card round, you're like, take it easy with the knocking on the door talk, okay? Because you didn't even get to the door, right? You've gotten to the door twice and haven't come through. So, I can take some of that. I think this year, if it falls short, way short, like with a loss this Sunday, I wouldn't be surprised that hard questions are asked internally. Like, what did we do wrong? What happened? And that's where Bean, I think, has is misfortune the word? Like, he painted himself into a spot where I think a lot of people in that room might go, yeah, well, how come we didn't get Jacoby Myers? What happened with Jalen Waddle? Why didn't you want to give up a 26 first-round pick instead of a 27? Like, what are we doing here exactly? And I just think if they are going to take someone out back, if it falls apart, I feel like the target's on him.
Could also happen a different way. Here we are again. What if they lose? It could also happen a different way, which is one of the two of them or the two of them mutually, somebody needs a different partner. Mm-hmm. Like you've talked about detecting sort of these maybe hints from McDermott about his dissatisfaction with some of the build. And so, I mean, he maybe both. Doesn't matter. I mean, these guys get fired. They've got families. Their kids are in school. They're entrenched. It still happens,
Right.
It's just the longer it goes. We just had the Ravens, though. The longer it goes, the harder it is to, I think, see it because of the success they're still having. I mean, even this year. Mm-hmm. Their problem this year is New England. And to Patrick's call, like, he didn't mention the Patriots, but this year they were too good. Right. So now you're going on the road and everything like that. They're sort of belong in the conversation there. Because he's still, 12-5. Right. But we'll see what happens in the game.
And, not for nothing, the game they lost to them, the guy they decided they didn't need anymore killed them.
Diggs.
I mean, the optics are not great there. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen, and I want to stop talking like this because it's one of these moments where I'm feeling very self-conscious about the, if they lose thing. But, just to say it, I recognize as much as I have defended McDermott over the last few years, you don't get to just go on forever. Like, at some point, someone has to raise their hand and say, do we need to do something different? Something. Maybe not everything, right? I don't think wrecking ball, blowing it all up, getting a whole new front office is called for. But they may want to change something about their approach if it doesn't work again.
Look for your calls again after a short break. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog, WGR. Monday night, the final game of the weekend is Houston at Pittsburgh. If the Bills win Sunday, they'll play either Houston, Pittsburgh, or Denver in the second round. The Steelers have lost their last 6 playoff games, and in the first quarter of these games, combined score 73-0 for their opponents.
They have, in the regular season, some incredible streak going. You probably have seen this too, but I don't know if you have it locked down.
No,
because I see it from Andrew all the time, where they haven't scored more than 7 points in a first quarter
in like years.
In some incredible, like you can't unfathomable amount of time. Like how can you be living like that? It's incredible.
Yep. Let's go to Brandon here. Hi, Brandon.
Hey, guys. Just wanted to kind of piggyback off that last caller who was saying, how much of the finger do we point at Brandon Beane? My question is, whether we win or lose, how much of a finger do we point at Joe Brady and his offense this year? Because, it's happened to all of our offensive coordinators at some point where they all kind of take a downturn, teams figure out what we're doing. But it seems like the play calling this year has been a little suspect from Joe Brady. So I just kind of wanted to get your thoughts on that. Like, everybody can point the finger at Beane, but at the end of the day, if Joe Brady's calling the plays on the field, what are we doing,
Yep. I mean, I don't know if I could give you one name over the other necessarily. I mean, they both have culpability. I don't think we have the conversation next week if they win. I think this is only if they lose. I sometimes don't know what to do with Brady. When I get outside of this comfort zone, if you will, I hear people just don't like him at all. And I think over the years, we've had this conversation many times about lots of different people where I just think that's so easy. What's suspect about it? Like, what is it that you don't like? But some criticism is fair. He's got Allen. He's got a line that's good to great and is together all the time. Rarely any sort of hiccups there. It's not to necessarily defend him, but I think the overall theme is the talent at receiver. And without so much talent at that position, I guess I'm with the majority that think that apparently. They've still put up numbers and wins, and they have the rushing title holder. And, you have to make it work. So I don't think it's as bad as maybe the caller does or certain other people. But if they lose, you said it earlier, I agree. Stuff is going to happen if they lose. I mean, it would be
at least something like that, if not bigger than that. Yeah, I mean, I'm always not so much defending the coordinator, it's just pushing back against the criticism. If those can be separate things, because I just think it's the easiest. Daboll gets fired. It's like, oh my God, get Brian Daboll back. Get Brian Daboll back. I'm old enough, and so are you, to remember Brian Daboll being the offensive coordinator of the Bills and people talking about him the way that guy's talking about Joe Brady. Whoever is the coordinator, when it doesn't work, when you don't win the Super Bowl, is just, I got a problem. It just is the easiest. It's been my entire career has been Joe Pendry. Right? Pick a name. I got a problem. I got a problem. I got a problem. I got a problem. It's always the guy sitting up in the booth. I mean, I don't know. It's to say it's always wrong.
It doesn't have to be wrong, though.
No, it's not. It's not always wrong. But it just is it's the easiest default. I think the biggest delusion I think fans have about football, this isn't just Bills fans, is watching the game going, I just knew what play was coming. Stop already.
There have been, there have been a few tendencies that have been kind of ferreted out, if that's the right term. And you want to avoid that, but I don't really know of any, other than seeing Josh Allen every time he has a quarterback sneak, have his left foot back and just lean left, which was a thing last year too. I'm not sure I could name you too many of these. They don't always run on 1st and 10. They don't always run on 2nd and 8. The kinds of criticisms that get thrown around sometimes just don't hold water. Not always.
And they don't always throw tunnel screens on 3rd down.
Right.
And when they do, they don't always fail to work.
It would be nice if you watched the Bills and you had, because you're only seeing Allen in the line on the screen, if you see Allen throw the ball over the middle, 15 yards, and somebody is open. That's rare.
Right.
That is not something you see very often watching the Bills. It's like when you watch the 49ers, you see that all the time.
Yeah.
And when you watch the Bills, you just don't
Even
see
as
that.
liberal as announcers are with wide open, you don't get a lot of wide open when the Bills are on offense.
No. Even announcers know
right.
that that's going too far.
Right.
All right. Thank you, Brandon. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here, looking for your calls at 803-0550 when we return here on WGR.
We've been living in sin so long, all the feels are gone. Fella stopped me on the street last night, said everything's alright. Roller coaster, make it through the day upright. It seems your meal ticket is gone, but life goes on. I could never imagine something better. Yeah, right. Now you're cooking on high heat in the middle of the street. Roller coaster, take me to a better time. Let's go. All sing your high line with the roller coaster of life. It's time to all choose your timeline on the roller coaster of life. You seem to easily forget how to place your bet. When everyday life gets you down, you gotta steal the crown. Got to own it. Don't bitch and moan about it, please. God forbid you scrape your knees, and it's nothing to sneeze at. Oh, I've told you over and over again. You gotta get both hands around it and make your own plans. Roller coaster, it's taking over. It's about time. Oh, all sing your high line on the roller coaster of life. You've got to all choose your timeline with the roller coaster of life. I want to go
Like the injury report today, as the Bills did get back to work, albeit it was a walkthrough. 6 players, though, did not practice. Terrell Bernard, Max Harrison, Ty Johnson, Matt Milano, Matt Prater, and Josh Palmer. Palmer is the only player that was not named by head coach Sean McDermott when he did speak with the media before practice, and officially Palmer is dealing with an ankle injury. And then 5 players were limited. Daquan Jones, Dalton Kincaid, Jordan Poyer, Shaq Thompson, and DeMar Hamlin. For Hamlin, this is as the team opens up his 21-day practice window. Then for the Jaguars, 2 players did not practice. Left tackle Cole Van Lanen and cornerback Jarian Jones. That's the Barnes Firm Injury Report. It is brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help? Call 1-800-8-MILLION. Bills did also have some roster moves today. Cornerback Dane Jackson signed to the active roster. Defensive tackle Jordan Phillips placed on IR, and then 2 players were signed to the practice squad. Cornerback Daryl Porter Jr. and quarterback Shane Buechele. Sabres did hold practice earlier this morning. Head coach Lindy Ruff spoke with the media following that. We did get a bit of an injury update. Goaltender Alex Lyon should have a chance to return in 7 to 10 days after he was placed on IR last night with a lower body injury. And then for Yuri Kulik is said to be progressing well and could have a chance to return this year. Ruff, though, would not commit to that. Kulik has been dealing with blood clots for much of this season. Sabres are back at it tomorrow at the New York Rangers. And then in college hoops, UB women, they're hosting Northern Illinois. That game will get going here any minute, and that game can be heard on our sister station, the Bet 1520. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Mike Schopp and the Bulldog.
I don't think Michael's ever done drugs.
It's Mike Schopp.
I don't know if anyone's ever offered him any.
Let's go over some of the symptoms of marijuana use, shall we? You tell me who this sounds like.
It's the Bulldog.
Slow moving, inattentive, dull, constantly snacking, shows a lack of motivation.
It's Mike Schopp and the Bulldog on WGR Sports Radio 550.
Thank you for hanging out with us. Big week. And that's without my having yet tried to rope Bulldog in into a FFPC playoff challenge roster.
That is not happening.
Really? No chance?
No chance.
You know who I did get, though?
No. I'll throw some cash in, and you can just run a team or something. Maybe I mean, whatever. I might do that.
Invest in my chances.
But I am not No, I was so relieved when we made it with this awful fantasy season we had in Paul's league. We made it to the playoffs and got absolutely obliterated, like a team should get obliterated when in the second quarterback spot you're starting Rashid Shaheed, which is where we were, because I could not claim, and I just had no moves left. I don't have to look at this again until next September. It's great. I'm in the clear.
It's a resounding no, folks.
I am done.
You know who I did rope in, though?
Who?
Sam.
Oh, yeah?
Sam and I are splitting two. Yep. He'll be on Friday. I got to call. I talked to him today. I got to call him tonight, or he's going to call me tonight with new ideas
about this.
Yes.
So he's all right. So he's actively participating. Yeah, yes. Right. Yeah, I'd be like I'm the silent partner in the restaurant.
Yeah, right. Well, that's good too. Rob is next. What do I mean by that? Hi, Rob.
Can be good.
Hey guys, how are you?
All right, Rob. Thank you.
Good. I love the conversation, and I'm looking forward to what transpires. There's really no great team in the NFL, so let's see what plays out in the playoffs. It should be fun. I love the conversation about culpability, even though it might be premature. I think we're a little bit spoiled as Bills fans, being 43 years old and having gone through the drought. I'd like to think that Bean and McDermott have got us here to this point to be in a position to have these conversations. But Bean's summer presser about 30-plus points and et cetera. And here we are going into the playoffs where we've got Gabe Davis and Brandon Cooks on our team. And you know what? At 3rd and 10, who are you going to? You're going to, what, Kincaid, Shakir, Knox. You want to talk about culpability? McDermott has, God love him, good, bad, or indifferent. He's put together a patchwork defense, but when it comes down to the offense and at the absolute, like, respecting Josh Allen, who's he throwing to? And that's what breaks my heart, and that's where I think if it's 50-50, it falls 51 on Bean. I'll hang up and listen to you guys. I'm looking forward to a great weekend, and I love you guys, and you guys do a great job. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
That's all very nice of you. Yeah, I mean, I think the receiver thing has been like, I mean, boy, talk about things you might be tired of saying and conversation you might be tired of having. I mean, it is, we just went through it hard in the last 20 minutes. It is, it's not going anywhere, and I think however if it falls short here, I would anticipate that that's going to continue to be a lot of the focus. So,
yeah, me too. Why wouldn't it be? Why
Right.
shouldn't it be? Right?
Yeah,
this
right.
Is this is the culmination.
I shouldn't apologize for saying it. It's just like I'm apologizing. I need some self-care. I'm apologizing to myself because I'm getting tired of hearing myself say it. I can't imagine what it's like for you people out there. But you know, mostly it is right. So you know, I guess you should keep saying the things that you think are right.
I guess, yeah. There's one
there's something to
way
be
of
said
going
for that.
about this.
Yeah.
I think, again, it's like, what if they lose? It's interesting that a guy named Parker Washington is right in our face here with Jacksonville. Like he's a 6th-round pick from 23, I think, that has blossomed. And the conversation about receiver or anybody, any position, it's not just how high is the draft pick or how much do you want to spend in free agency, you know, this guy versus that guy. It's also, and the Bills have done this well in certain areas, it's also having somebody, I guess this is, Shakir is our version of this, if Washington is all that anyway, where it's like having the possibility of someone just sort of pop up and get good and help you. And it's not just like the first round when it comes to the draft conversation.
That's absolutely right. Yeah.
Even on Saturday, and that is what Shakir is. He's good.
Gabe Davis, too. I mean, Davis had he was never my favorite player, but he was certainly a good player, especially for the pick he was. But having to rely on him now with Brandon Cooks it's almost I just Chuck, I laughed as I said it. It's kind of insane that you've got a championship caliber team or a team that's thought of as a championship caliber team, and a receiver that you're resting going into your meaningless finale is a guy you just picked up off waivers at Thanksgiving.
Cooks. Washington and Brian Thomas, or Brian Thomas and Travis Hunter, are some form of Elam and Benford, where Thomas had a great rookie year. I don't want to ignore that.
Yeah.
But like you've got the guy that right now, when I was on in Jacksonville today, and I put back to Mike Dempsey and Tony Smith, like, well, is Washington, because Mike asked me, I think it was Mike, give me a matchup on the Bills defense that's key for them. I mentioned Bosa, because you can always do that, and how Taron Johnson has been important to them. Maybe he's lost a step, or he struggled a little bit more this year than previously, but that's a big one because of this Parker Washington. I'm like, is he actually a thing? I know he's had good games the last 3 weeks, and Mike laughed. Mike is very defensive about the Jaguars, I think. He's like, he's definitely a thing, Mike. He was sort of
smacked you
ready
a little.
for me, ready to come back at me with that one.
Yeah.
So, okay. I don't know what his props are going to be. I know what Cook's prop is for this game. Can you guess? Probably guess it pretty close.
Brandon Cooks.
James Cook.
Okay. Sorry,
James
when
Cook.
you said Cooks,
Cook's
I wasn't
prop.
sure. Cook.
You're right, James Cook. Jacksonville has not allowed anybody to eclipse 75 rushing yards this season. And as Sal pointed out, like they played Jonathan Taylor twice. They played McCaffrey. Like they had some tough.
Taylor is the 74 yards. Like he
that's the max.
That's the biggest. Yeah, that's the single rusher. Yeah.
Right. Mahomes ran for 60. I know that from.
Okay.
That's the Chiefs are the team that ran for the most yards this year against Jacksonville.
And it was largely because of Mahomes chipped in like that.
Yes.
Somewhat uncharacteristically with that big a total anyway.
So no one has hit over 75 against the Jaguars. Cook averaged 95 yards a game, and that's with week 18, where he had 15.
Right.
So he's a 100 yards a week guy this year. What's the number?
99.
79 and a half.
Yeah.
Over the high of Jacksonville's season, but down from
Cook's
average.
Yeah.
Would you take it? Over 79 and a half?
Would I? Oh, well,
would you bet it?
Would I bet it? Yeah, I think so. I think so. I thought would I take 80 yards from James Cook in the game?
Maybe not.
No, I don't think I'm winning the game if James Cook goes for 80 yards. I really don't. I just don't think there's enough in their passing game to overcome it if he doesn't get off. If he gets off, then everything could kind of maybe come together, right? And they'll Kincaid and whatever. I think their offense is just a very different animal when he's not rolling, and they're not rolling on the ground. Yeah, sneaky injury concern here with Ty Johnson. I mean, he plays a lot for this team on third downs, and not only on third downs. He's like 2-minute drill basically. That's his role. Like he is there. We're throwing it back. Mm-hmm. So I hope that works itself out because he's a DNP today. That's not a guy you've had to worry about all year.
Right. A couple more. This is from Bet Online. Will a wild card team win the Super Bowl? I have a problem with calling teams like the division winners, calling the division winners that play this week wild card teams, because they're really not. They're division winners.
Right, they're in wild card games.
They're in wild card games. But for this, will a wild card team make the Super Bowl, it says, or win, either one? It includes
the division winners, yeah.
Or does it? Maybe it doesn't. It shouldn't. All right,
I'm not
good.
looking at it. I thought the way you were talking, I was leading into it. All right.
No, I'm glad for this.
I
misread it originally.
It is the actual.
It's only the teams on the road this week.
Okay.
Those that count as wild card teams. Good. Because it tends to be used somewhat interchangeably, just because this is wild card weekend. The Bears are not a wild card team. So will a wild card team make the Super Bowl? Minus 200, yes.
That's because of the Bills and the Rams, probably almost exclusively.
Okay.
Right? You've got two teams that could have, they huge years, big, great years. 12. I've said many times, 12-5 is a great season. I know the playoffs are what matters, but like you play 17 games, win 12 of them, you've had a great year. So, and the Rams even did better than that, didn't they? Did they get to? No, they're 12-5 too. Anyway, so both 12-5, Bills and Rams, wild card teams, and yeah, I mean that they're definitely live. I think the Rams. A caller a few minutes ago, maybe last hour, said there's no great teams in the league, and I was gonna object and say I think Seattle and the Rams might be great teams. They're not in the AFC. I definitely agree in the AFC. Everybody in the AFC's got something that you can maybe, pick at them about. I don't know about the Rams and the Seahawks. They both look really good. The Seahawks doing what they did to the 49ers when they did it, the form that San Francisco was in coming into that game.
Offensively.
I mean, they were just lighting everybody up. They looked almost unstoppable. And they held them to 3 points. I mean, I know there was a botched pass near the goal line that turned into an interception, whatever. Still, even if you give them that, it's 10. I mean, my gosh, that's a great job by Seattle.
For sure. Will there be a first-time Super Bowl winner? There are 5 teams in the playoffs out of 14 that have never won it. Only 5? Okay. I guess. Buffalo, Jacksonville, Houston, Chargers, Carolina. So every other team in the NFC playoffs has won it. Seattle, Chicago, Philadelphia, Rams, Green Bay, and San Francisco. Sure. That's actually even a lot of wins put together on the NFC side.
Oh, yeah.
AFC, it's just New England is a bunch themselves. Denver and Pittsburgh. It might be more just from those three.
Right. Pittsburgh is 6.
Pittsburgh is 6. New England is 6, right?
Yeah.
And then
Denver is 3. 3. The 2 with Elway and then 1 with Manning, right?
I guess, yeah.
They lost 4 with Elway before they won 2.
They lost 4, 3 with Elway.
Yeah, 3. The other one was Craig Morton.
Yes, and Norris Weiss. I'm much better the farther back we go.
I know.
I'm like, New England. Yeah, I sort of remember that. Super Bowl 12. Oh, Morton, Norris, Rick Upchurch, Golden Richards, not a catch. Butch Johnson. I should stop. One more. This is a fun one from the betting world, Bet Online. Will any starting quarterback be benched during a game this weekend? Could that happen? No is minus 1,000. Who would be the quarterback likeliest to be benched? Not injury related. Man, I don't know. Who would it be? Young?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, they could just, it'd be mercy though. Like, you know, like I don't think they'd pull him because it's ineffective and they're down 3 or something, right? Like if it's
they're down 20 in the fourth,
then
or
it's
something.
Just like, you know, whatever. Yeah,
Dalton goes in.
Yeah.
All right, Young is my pick.
I think a sneaky answer there because of how he looked while the other guy was hurt could be Jordan Love. Like
Okay.
If it's going badly, but it's close, and you know it's not likely at all.
It's not likely.
But I feel like that because Willis impressed.
It's a huge talking point when you're walking away from your season to have benched your $40 million a year quarterback in the playoffs. Like you would not want to do that.
Right. I think I want to pull the everything I just said about Love back into the boat.
It's just, you know, the game was to pick one.
Right. I was trying to get creative, trying to find somebody that could make sense.
Any team in a blowout, any game could turn into a blowout and the quarterback gets benched. That would count, I believe.
Yep.
Let's go to Mo here. Hi, Mo. No Mo.
No Mo.
Who am I, Phil Collins all of a sudden?
No Mo.
White jerseys, blue pants for the Bills.
Okay.
I don't have Jacksonville's pants info yet. Teal jerseys.
Mm-hmm. But
I don't know. It could be white or teal.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They do go with a one. Yeah, they don't have a black.
White's the play.
Yeah.
Against the Bills and the blue pants. They don't need to be teal, top to head to toe.
I don't think I'll like looking at that at all. If they were all, I mean,
no. Come on.
Then
use your judgment.
If I find out that that's what they're wearing, then I'm going to have to get off of this. Like I'm worried about playing Jacksonville thing because you're not losing to a team wearing that. Get the hell out of here.
The pants make the difference.
Just get out. The pants make the man. That's not a thing. I hate their uniforms. I just cannot stand the. I hate the whole franchise. Just ugh. You know, I was thinking about walking around. Like I've had, you know, I'm on this thing with them for a few weeks now, going back before the holidays, that they're the team I don't want to draw. And I'm telling you, the game in 96, the playoff game in 96, the Wildcard, Kelly's last game is baked into that. Like because I know I was on the radio then going to that game like, got Jacksonville Jaguars. They just showed up. You're going to come to Buffalo in the winter and win a play? Get out of here. That's not going to happen. The Bills are going to kill this team.
I was there that day. Not only that, but you were up 14-0, I believe, in this game. Then there was that Clyde Simmons play where he ran back a fumble, right?
Yeah.
So the Bills are up 14-7. Sorry. Clyde Simmons' interception return makes it 7-7. 14-7. Not 14-0. Different.
Yeah.
And then you have, it's the fourth quarter, you had the Burris touchdown.
To go ahead, right?
To go ahead. So it's 20 all. And Jeff Burris for the Bills scores on a pick six. And they still lost. They'd never lost a playoff game there. It's Jacksonville. They had the lead for most of the game. You get a fourth quarter pick. You're not supposed to lose that game.
No, you win that game going away. You tack on a field goal and you win by 10. That's that.
And we all bench our quarterbacks.
That's that game script. That's what's supposed to happen, and it didn't happen. Natron Means.
31 for 175 in a touchdown for Natron Means.
Good Lord.
One Bill with more than 3 catches. Quinn Early, 9 for 122. Nice day. Collins got into this game because of the Kelly injury. So,
yeah,
not a benching, of course, but the Bills did see their backup. We all saw their backup quarterback that day. And that was it for Jim.
Yep. Taken off on a cart this last game. What a brutal ending.
Plus, this playoff game down there exists.
Yep.
As part of the history. Does it, like to Sal's point from earlier, does it matter? They really don't think so. But it can affect, as we talked about with Sal, right? Your sort of your attitude about the matchup. Speaking of the Bills' opponent, the Jaguars, Ryan Green, 1010XL, joined us earlier to tell us more about the Jaguars offensively, defensively, how the coach pulled it off this year, such a good season. We'll have that conversation for you next. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog, WGR.